How are we looking for a moon? We're good? The regular council meeting for Tuesday, March 25th, 2025 is called to order at 7 o'clock p.m. We're going to stand for a moment of silent meditation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. May I please have roll call, please?
Roll call. Mayor Nickerson.
Here.
Vice Mayor Martin.
Present.
Councilperson Urban's not here yet. Councilperson Lightfoot Ward either. Councilperson Winters.
Here.
Also present for the record, Janice Jacoby, Village Clerk, Christia Lu, Village Manager, and Attorney Geller's running late.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. May I have a motion to approve the agenda?
I would like to request to pull the speed bumps to the standard agenda and discuss.
I'm against that, but if you can get, do I have a motion to pull the speed bumps? You can make the
A
motion.
motion to pull the speed bumps to the standard agenda.
If you get a second, then we'll go to roll call. If you don't get a second, it dies for lack of a second. I'll ask for a second once. I'll ask for a second twice.
Wait a second, we have Mr. coming in the door right now.
Okay. I'll wait for it. How you doing, Councilperson Urban? Councilperson Urban, we're about to do consent agenda. Councilperson Winters wants to pull the speed bumps out of consent agenda. I was against it. He made his own motion. We're waiting for a second. We're on second call for a second. He hasn't gotten one yet.
Okay.
He wanted to wait till you got here.
Then I will, can I amend the motion? Or is it too late for that?
Well, we have to go through this motion first, but he hasn't gotten a second yet.
Gotcha.
So I asked for the third time, I asked for a second to pull the speed bumps from consent agenda.
Well, full disclosure, I say that because there was one other item that I also wanted to just pull for discussion. I intend to vote for it. I just wanted to at least have a discussion about it.
All right, well, we can tackle that after we tackle the speed bump issue.
Yep.
All right, are you gonna give him a second, or does it fail for lack of a second?
I think it fails for lack of a second.
Fails for lack of a second. What's your item, Councilperson Urban, you wanna discuss?
So I move to pull the speed reduction and speed calming device Phase 1, F3, as well as Miami-Dade County Recycling Contract Renewal F2, just for the purposes of public messaging and discussion.
For the purposes of discussion only, not for voting?
Oh, forgive me. No, I intend to vote for both these items. I'm not intending to negate either of them. I just want to make a statement about one, and it sounds like Councilperson Winters would like to make a statement about the other.
Okay, you guys can make statements. Remember, the first good and welfare is for any statements on anything on the agenda. So that's where you guys can make statements on anything on the agenda.
Your motion?
So do I,
My motion as it stands is to pull F2 and F3 out of consent agenda.
okay.
Second that?
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. I am against that. We'll do, Madam Clerk, if I'm not mistaken, when we have 4 council members, we still need majority vote because it's a 5 council member council.
Yeah, but it's based on the number of council members that are here.
Yes, but what I'm saying is that, and I remember this from when I first became a council person, if it's a 5 council member council, for something to pass or fail, or for something to pass, you still need the majority of the amount of council seats on the council.
That was for budget. I would have to defer that to the attorney.
Okay.
So
Well,
if you guys want to move it and
we
wait for the attorney.
We can wait for the attorney.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can wait for the attorney. All right, so we'll move on to the first good and welfare. We'll come back to the consent agenda. We'll move on to the first good and welfare. If anybody has anything they want to say about anything on this particular agenda, you can come up and say it. When we get to each agenda item, you'll have a chance to speak again. All right?
No, but Mr. Mayor, I do have a statement I would like to read at the good and welfare at the end of the meeting.
At the end of the meeting? No problem. We got that. I got you, my brother. Anybody else for the first good and welfare? Okay, seeing none. Moving on to the resolution, moving on to the resolution G1. Moving on to resolution G1. Madam Clerk, if you can read that into the record for us, please.
G1 resolution, a resolution of the Village Council of El Portal, Florida, approving the development agreement by and between the Village of El Portal a Florida municipal corporation, and the launch at Little River LLC, providing for findings, providing for conditions, providing for appeal, providing for an effective date.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Right now, Ms. Hammonds? Ms. Hammonds, if you could just come up very quickly to the microphone. For the planning and zoning staff report, we know that nothing's been adjusted. Is the staff report recommendation, is it still the same?
It is the same,
And
yes.
And the
from
staff
first
report,
reading.
staff report recommendation is what?
Yes,
That
Absolutely
approval-
the same.
Approval, okay, it's the same?
yes.
All right, you can sit down, we'll call you back if we need you. Thank
Okay.
you very much. All right, now we're going to open this up to the council, then we'll go to the audience. Before we go to the audience, is there any comments or questions for the development agreement from the council?
Just curious to hear public comment.
No problem, sounds good. Anybody else before we go to public comment? Okay, so we're going to open it up to public comment, 7:06 PM. As always, you all have 3 minutes to come up and say anything that you want, and the floor is yours. Come up, say your full name, your address, and the floor is yours. Come to this podium, please. Anyone for the launch, public comment? Come on up. Yeah. Can you come up to this one? Right, yeah, come to this one right here.
My name is Michael Parker, 8565 Northeast 4th Ave Road. I saw there were some concerns one of my neighbors had raised that there was still Durham approval, or Durham had not recommended approving, and then also we're exceeding our zoning 2 additional stories. So I wanted to know, and I wasn't present in other meetings to find out, but what we're getting in return for exceeding the zoning, because it sets a precedent. There's 15 more acres that are undeveloped that are right behind my house, so I really want to know, why we would exceed our zoning height and what the city's getting in return for doing that.
All right.
So that was my only concerns.
No problem. I'll answer all the questions after everybody goes. I got you. Who's next? Public comment? For the launch, public comment. This is the launch, public comment. Okay, seeing none. Okay. Just come up and say your name and address for the record.
Hi there, my name's Colin Brown, 374 Northeast 85th Street. Let me get this adjusted. I just wanted to start off by saying I've spoken with some council members, Anders, Charlie, Darian. I just want to thank you all for your time. Charlie, I appreciate your work at the mound and getting the irrigation going. I think that's good vibe, I appreciate that. I know you're out there looking for that irrigation nozzle for a while, and I just wanted to give you that shout out. So, Darian, thank you for making time for me today. I really appreciate it. And Anders as well, thank you. So, I just want to take a step back as it relates to the launch, and I want to talk about development in El Portal in 2019, 2020, 2021. It's a completely different environment. This is a very sought-after area, and I'm just worried that we're using an approach to this development in a way that doesn't represent the interest that we are receiving from the greater Miami area from developers. And I ask that to be taken into consideration. With this potential growth in El Portal and all this exciting development that we have potentially underway, it demands proper process. And whether it's the December 10th hearing where the site plan was approved, or the January 28th hearing, and some of the other meetings that we've had thereafter, I personally feel that aspects and questions that the residents have had haven't been fully answered. And I just want to say that I understand that, this is a growing community. There's a lot of growing interest, and so I understand that things and the way that we may have done things 3 years ago may not apply to today. And I ask everybody to consider Like stuff like the Sustainability Task Force. This was a task force that was put in place to provide feedback to help guide development, and also to bring our community together so that we could have a clear vessel to create dialogue with the city and concerns. We don't have that right now, and I think a lot of what's happening is residents are having different conversations with different governing officials, which is causing different conversations in our community. And I really want to just encourage the council to just defer this again and to just pause and to say, what does El Portal need right now? Well, I think we need a sustainability task force. It's advertised on our website, right? This hasn't met in over a year. There are people here at every single meeting that show interest in preserving the wildlife on the Little River. We don't meet as a task force because we don't have a quorum. Well, how are we continuing to proceed month after month and not pulling this thing together when you have so many citizens providing interest and in the best of ways, with the best intentions, trying to influence this process? I think that with the development pressure that's occurring in El Portal, the idea of a historic preservation board or a board of architects, I don't want to see El Portal turn into Coconut Grove, where entire blocks are duplexes or entire blocks are modern homes. I don't think that is the El Portal that many people here are in love with. So as we talk about being a community and trying to field some of these concerns, I know that multiple parties sent over site plan negotiations to Attorney Geller, to Mayor Nickerson, to other parties to try to figure out, hey, how can we influence this in a way that doesn't detract or set back this progress that's been made, but how do we respectfully engage in this process so that we can influence, say, preserving the native vegetation? I personally haven't received any feedback from Attorney Geller. I have no idea where my concerns lie. In my state of mind, in the way that I see this, is this would be a perfect thing for the task force to be negotiating. This would be whether I'm on the task force or not, this would be a perfect opportunity for me to approach somebody on the task force and then let them know what I'm concerned about. I don't even have that opportunity. I send emails that don't get returned, and what that causes is just confusion and a lack of clarity, which causes more confusion in the process. And I don't think that that's what people want. There's been talk of a petition process. So as we engage in this, potentially engage in a petition process for this, which I'm uncertain about, my thing is, how could a petition process be constructed by the community within El Portal to serve you, the council? And what would you like to see on that petition to inform you of your decision making? That's something that you haven't had. You haven't had a petition with 600 signatures on it that let you know how the community of El Portal feels. I think that these things are important, and I mentioned all of this to try to be constructive in the way that I'm approaching tonight. And I ask that you defer this, and I ask that you use this as a moment to get the community together to create the information dialogue and the exchange of information that is necessary for projects like the launch, and certainly necessary for projects like Little Farm. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else, public comment for the launch?
Hi, my name is Kristen McLean. I live at 721 Northeast 116th Street. Former resident of El Portal, co-founder of the Little River Conservancy, longtime supporter of the mayor and what we've been trying to do here in El Portal. And the one thing that I would say as part of this public comment, and I'm sorry that I was not able to come to the last meeting, I was not here in town, is that if we commit to this process without making sure that we do our due diligence and that we balance the different interests along the river. And I know that having lived in the village and worked on behalf of the village for many years now, there are a lot of different interests that we are trying to balance, right? And the economic health of the village is one of those things. The history of the river is one of those things. The environment is one of those things. Sustainability is one of those things. That if we don't take a moment now to make sure that we are totally buttoned up on this, we won't be able to go back, right? We can't replant the trees. We can't clean up the river. There are certain pivot points, certain inflection points where we are rapidly approaching an inability to kind of balance these things. And so I would just ask for the council to take a moment and just to make sure that we are 100% buttoned up and meeting the needs of the village in a way that balances what the residents want and what we want for the future of the village, because we will not be able to go back if we don't do that properly now. So I'm just asking for the council to really take its time to do that. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Next, public comment.
My name is Greg Steer. I live at 120 Northwest 86th Street. I'm here because I haven't heard anything really from anybody here tonight about the launch. I was kind of surprised to hear also that the WeWork founder bought 16 acres of El Portal, and we didn't get any kind of notice at all. I've lived here for almost 4 years now. The mayor has come to my house personally to drop off newsletters or announcements about Christmas parties, but I've gotten zero information about the launch, and I'm concerned, just like I think a lot of people are, about what it would do to El Portal. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Steer. Anyone next for public comment?
Hi everyone, my name is Eric Monteiro. I live on 311 Northeast 86th Street, and this development has made us come together in so many ways. We may have come here late, but we are talking, and we are a lot of people. We are like over 20 people talking about how much we care about El Portal, and we know that we live in a neighborhood that is very rare in America. Like we live in a nature, in a big urban, Miami is the third largest skyscraper in the US, so it's a large city. And we have the possibility to create a model neighborhood for the US, and that would be good for the people running the city. It would be good for all of us. If we do this, we are just any other neighborhood, in Miami. And we don't preserve nature. This is a bird sanctuary. I don't know how is it possible to destroy or to construct on a riverbed that in a place that is a bird sanctuary and has so many wild animals living here. But we are getting together. We are organizing, and we might be coming late here. Like I arrived and people were already, talking about this, and I was like, wow! But it just started. Come on. But what I mean to say is that we do have a possibility of creating a model neighborhood, and we shouldn't miss this opportunity. If we do this, we are just any other neighborhood. We can do so much more for nature, for the environment, and for our community. And those are the people living here, so we care about this, Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Who's next for public comment? The launch. Public comment?
Hi, good evening, everyone. Like other residents here, I just want to talk about how important the Little River Corridor is to all of the residents here.
Sorry, just quickly, name and address for the record.
Yeah, Alexia Fernandez, 374 Northeast 85th Street. The Little River Corridor is a really, really special part of Miami, and we see wildlife in the river every single day. I'm a resident lucky enough to live on the river. I see manatees, turtles, birds every single day. I see birds flying through the river right into the launch, trees on the shoreline. There's rookeries there of the birds. I think all of that would make it an environmentally sensitive area. I have friends in the Cavista building that see one time she sent me a video of up to 30 manatees in one single sighting within a matter of minutes. And all of these manatees are an endangered species. We've seen crocodiles. They're also a protected endangered species. And I also wanted to point out, I was reading through the development agreement. Thank you, Village, for making that available to the residents. And one of the points in the development agreement that is up to be signed today, it says that the development is in compliance with the village's comprehensive plan. I took the time to read the village comprehensive plan, and I just wanted to say some points that I feel like the current development is lacking, and I feel like it could be improved. As part of the village comprehensive plan and the coastal management element, it says that we will retain the limited natural waterfront stretch to the Little River Canal, will improve existing scenic views, and create public access to the Little River Canal shoreline. It says that we will implement development code policies sensitive to shoreline uses, floodplains, and site plan. It says that we'll protect the few remaining, I added in few, it says protect remaining trees, stands, and vegetation. And it also says encourage sustainable architecture and green building. Like the fellow residents said, I think this is a huge opportunity to set an example for not only Miami, but the US and even the world. Why not dream big? There's a lot of sustainable practices now in this day and age for seawalls and making sure that the vegetation and the wildlife is protected. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Who's next? Public comment? The launch? Public comment for the launch? Say your name and address for the record, please.
Hello, everybody. I know most of you here. My name is Scott Kobrick, 8525 Northeast 4th Avenue Road. Unfortunately, I'm not as prepared for tonight as I would like to be. I have some personal stuff going on right now. I notified the mayor about that. But I am going to do my best to communicate what I believe is going on here. So, first of all, as an example, this particular meeting was supposed to have Florida's statutory notice requirements to be on this agenda and be heard tonight. It was supposed to have been circulated in a newspaper 7 days in advance, both this meeting, the second hearing, as well as the first hearing. That was not done. The date, place, and time was supposed to be communicated at the previous meeting. That was not done. Reached out to the clerk to find out about that information. She very thankfully sent me what information she had, but I do not believe that she had that information, which is why I did not get it, which is why seemingly that it did not take place. The verbal aspect of being stated at last meeting definitely did not take place. Mr. Geller here, who appears to not be awake at the moment, is...
That's insulting and it's not...
Well, okay.
Not true.
You're not listening to me. And I would appreciate, you weren't at the two previous meetings for this contract that you signed off on, or a representative from your firm signed off on, okay? Look, I'm not trying to be adversarial. I apologize. I would appreciate if you listened to what I have to say.
Sir, I am listening to you. I don't have to look at you to listen.
Okay, I'm saying something that needs, I believe, your comment, which is that this meeting did not have proper notice as an example of the meetings that have taken place this whole time from the beginning of the site plans review, the mayor's stance has been that the site plans were approved a long time ago. I have stood by and told the mayor over and over again that people did not know about this. They did not. I am still, the reason I don't have a speech prepared tonight is because I am still trying to get word out to people about this in our village who know nothing about this. From Sherwood Forest, yes, we have gotten some support because it is in our backyard. Having said that, the mayor has said that this is just about Sherwood Forest, and that this isn't, that the people from El Jardín and the people from the other subsections and El Portal, the other subsections of El Portal, do not care about this, that they would like to see this voted on tonight. But most of the people that we have contacted do not even know about this, so they could not have an opinion. With the notice requirements that we've gotten, I have not also received the 500 feet notice that was required for the site plan review, the courtesy notice that was supposed to come. And nobody else did in the neighborhood, as far as I have understood, asking all of my neighbors. I have been coming to you from a place of trying to say, hey, I want to work together. We want to work together with the developers, which we continue to believe that we do. We want to work with you guys to get a development that works for everybody. Okay? If more people in this village were able to comment on this and be involved, we would be able to know what is best from our village. Councilperson Erbaum, Councilperson Martin, I had emailed you a couple of things a few minutes ago for reference during this meeting from our charrette. I had previously mentioned them to Councilperson Winters and Mayor Omar, Mayor Nickerson, because I believe that it holds a lot of weight, and I believe it should be taken into consideration. And those are from our charrette, what was created when we spent a lot of money to create a plan for the future of this village that should be carrying more weight than it is. And that those pages from the charrette, those screenshots from the charrette, show that this was not supposed to be an 8-story building on the Little River. There were supposed to be 8-story buildings on Biscayne Boulevard, reducing in height to 2 to 3-story buildings as it gets closer to that area, closer to the residential that is there, with my property being within 250 feet of this property, which has been a clear violation that I have brought up time and time again, that I've requested measurements that I have not received from the developer or the developer's attorney or anybody. All of my concerns have been essentially dismissed, argued by individually the developer's attorney. We have had no comment from our village attorney. No comment. We have had no comment on these items, the requested items, the measurements from these, the interpretations of whether or not Ben Fernandez's argument that the environmentally sensitive areas that of our code does not exist, and that the Little River, which it is clear that the intent of that code was for that specific property, not only inclusive of that specific property, but written for the intent of that specific property. And that has essentially been dismissed as if it doesn't exist, and called that this is not an environmentally sensitive area, which I think every organization, Little River Conservancy, who has been It is the Little River that flows through our village. We are a bird sanctuary. There are 4 native specimen fig trees that are being removed from this property that Durham, our county department that it says to confer with, has recommended disapproval for. That South Florida Water Management, who is in charge of the canal's health, has recommended disapproval for. How are we going to approve this plan in its current form? And no, again, we are not saying, as the residents, the environmental organizations, other stakeholders, neighboring residents have came forth and asked for. We are not asking for this to be a park like it says in our charrette. We are not asking for that. We are asking for compromise. We are asking for some of the things. The mayor told me that the last meeting was deferred because the executive director of the Everglades law firm, Elizabeth Fata Carpenter, called him. After that time, she has provided a list of recommendations similar to the other organizations involved and the other residents, with a lot of things, as far as my understanding, and I commend the mayor and I commend our council people because I understand that their intentions are good, but they need to stand up for us more in this, not for us, for us, the other stakeholders, the environment more. The fact that Elizabeth Fata Carpenter was the reason that that meeting got deferred, and there has been no follow-up correspondence. Apparently, that was taken to the developers along with the other requests and said, no, we are not willing to compromise. At the planning and zoning meeting on Thursday night that took place, there were houses, one-story houses, that there were design preferences for, that we decide that were deferred and that input was taken from the village, and they came back to the table willing to work with us and give some concessions and compromise. This is not a house. This is an 8-story building, a concrete block removing all of the banks of the river and natural vegetation that is existing directly up to the riverbank, damaging and impacting wildlife and the habitat of that wildlife and the health of the Little River. And there is so much that we can do. There's other things involved, like the mayor's and other potential people's views that we are getting $733,000 for this. That is for a public benefits program. The public benefits program's main intent is to provide green space for the village. That is the primary intent of this. We did not get any green space. The Cavista, the original building, was built, and we got $1 million for that, or somewhere around there. I'm not exactly sure of the figure. A couple of years ago. Where's the green space? We haven't seen any green space. Yes, there is a secondary allotment for that funds, which can be used for the infrastructure of specifically new development. It's not helping our current residents. That is for new development, and that is for green space. That is what that money is supposed to be for. It's not to pave our current residents' roads, which very well we might need, but this is way too much of a cost in order for that relatively small amount of money in order for that to happen. Regarding the public benefits program, I have been told that part of this is because we don't have impact fees, okay? How can we even understand what the impact of this project is when the developers have not provided impervious surface, what is under their wood decking, which would make their impervious surface as low as 4% when it is supposed to be 15%. They have not provided a drainage plan on their drawings. Where is the drainage going? We have no idea. How are we supposed to evaluate the impact of this when we have these limited resources to do so? Again, on the site plans, there were other things missing as well. Again, I have taken up a lot of time. I appreciate everybody's time here tonight. There's a quote from one of our village design guidelines, or the village design guidelines, that says El Portal is a bird sanctuary and a tree city, and we protect our trees and our birds at all costs. The core values of our village are stated on our website. They are supposed to be extremely important to us. We have meetings where we talk specifically about the trees. This should be incredibly important to us. Our riverfront property that is in the charrette should be preserving the bank of the charrette like the environmentally sensitive code of reads, like our charrette says, giving quality of life benefits to us, giving access from residents that we can use, that we can enjoy. We are not receiving that out of this project. There was something else I wanted to say here.
Take your time, take your time.
I truly believe that this is a huge mistake for us to approve this tonight. There is so much that this property has to offer. It is owned by the developers, and they have a right to do certain things, just like I have a right to do certain things with my house in this village. As we saw that last week, those need to fall within our code, within our plan, within our vision. I believe that this building can also do that, and that we can all be winners, and I truly believe that. I truly believe that when we look towards the future and not toward a short-term amount of money that is a relatively small amount of money, that I believe we are heavily underselling and undervaluing ourselves, that we can urge the developers, if they are willing to work with us, to hear some of the things that we are requesting, some of them. It doesn't need to be everything. We are asking for some of the things specifically related to the environment to be heard and to be considered. And I believe that it is integral that we make sure that the village was aware of this, able to comment, and able to participate in this process. And again, going back to those core values, there was comments made to me that, well, these guys are not environmental guys, right? We know Adam Newman, for those who don't know this, just bought this property of 15 acres in Little Farm for $70.5 million. We're going to be getting a lot of public benefits money from that as well. Okay? This should integrate with that very well. This should integrate with Mimo, the character of Mimo, the character of El Portal, our core values, and Little River. And we should be able to have something that is way more a long-term strategic plan than this short-term belief that we can't do better than this. And I believe that we truly, truly can, and that maybe the developers don't see it at this moment, but we will be able to work together to provide something that will be amazing for everybody, amazing for this village, amazing for the future of El Portal and the rest of this community. Thank you very much. I do have a lot more to say, but I will give everybody some space here. Thank you very much. Appreciate all of your time and your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Anyone else for the launch?
Aho, my beloved brothers and sisters, the Cuesta tribe, to the developers, welcome to these sacred lands of the Cuesta. I am happy that you're getting to bask in this amazing, potent, magical energy that it is these sacred lands, and from this amazing tribe that it is us.
Can you just say your name and address?
My name is Gracia Maria, and I live in 376 Northeast 85th Street. I am very lucky to live right on the river. Most of my closest neighbors are here, and I feel a lot of pride to be a part of this community. So last time, I think it was about a month ago, I showed up, and before I showed up here, I sat in prayer, and I have a different approach to things, and it's how I like to navigate life and convey the messages that I feel are important. And I wrote something from the depths of my heart. And today I was sitting with, should I have a different approach? Should I say something different? But the truth is that this is what I wanted to share with you. So for those of you that have already heard it, you're lucky to hear it again. Today, I humbly stand before you, not just as a resident, but as a guardian, a steward, and a keeper of something far greater than ourselves. This land, this little river, these majestic and magical trees, and the sacred wildlife that call this sacred space our home, El Portal, the portal, and it most certainly lives to its name. I stand here on the hopes that we can all agree that our unique neighborhood is not just a collection of homes, but a sanctuary, a living, breathing testament to the harmony between nature and humanity. How very immensely fortunate are we to live in a place where the song of birds fill the air, where the river flows gently through our community, and where the land holds the quiet wisdom of those who came before us. This is not just any land. It is the resting place of the Tequesta people, whose spirits still linger in the soil and within these very lands. And if you allow yourself to sit in stillness and listen closely, you could still hear their whispers through the soft breeze and the not so calm winds. Native American people, indigenous people, understood the sacredness of the earth, the interconnectedness of all living things. They know, that life is not about domination, but about balance, co-creation, collaboration, weaving together, and respect. We too get to choose to honor that understanding, as it will only bring us to a deeper understanding of the world around us and the world within us. As developers, as you seek to change the landscape of this sacred land, I ask you to please consider, lean into the exploration of the lives that will be disrupted by this decision and how this is going to impact us all. The trees that stand tall have sheltered countless creatures for generations. The river that runs through our community sustains life, and the wildlife that calls this place home has lived here long before any of us got here. The heart of any thriving community lies in the unity and not in division. We have the chance to come together as a neighborhood and as guardians of this land to preserve a legacy. In the rush to develop, we must remember that true progress is not measured in concrete and steel, but in how we respect the living world around us. I ask you kindly to consider taking this as an invitation into returning to the wisdom of the past. You might be very surprised of what you find as you do so. Perhaps take this also as an opportunity to remember by experiencing what it is to live as a tribe in balance with nature and perfect harmony with our surroundings, when the earth was not something to be exploited, but something to be cherished and protected. Our wildlife is not just a collection of creatures, they are a vital part of the ecosystem, each one playing a role in the delicate balance that sustains life here. If we remove their homes, if we destroy their habitats, we risk more than just the loss of trees and animals. We risk losing the very essence of what makes this place so special. We risk losing the heartbeat of our community. My prayer tonight, my prayer every night, is that we unite developers and residents as one, and all who cherish this land, to find a way forward that respects both progress and preservation, development and nature. I pray and offer tobacco to the fire. I pray and offer flowers and honey to the waters, that we come together to seek solutions that honor the spirit of this place, that we can respect all living beings without hierarchy and uphold the sacredness of this special land. I pray that we choose to inspire other communities by example, showing the world that progress does not have to come at the expense of the earth anymore, but can coexist with it. We have a responsibility not only to ourselves. Let's lead by example and be what's right with the world and not what isn't. Let's set an example by leading for once by the heart. Thank you kindly for your time. Aho, anyay.
Thank you.
So it is.
Anyone else? Public comment for the launch? Say your name and address for the record.
Emiliana Molina, 471 Northeast 83rd Street, Miami, Florida. El Portal is a bird sanctuary. Just walking in here, I came across 3 majestic peacocks that were allowing us our entrance and blessing our entrance here in this sacred space. It's not often that we get to see peacocks and wildlife in front of a city hall. Are we then upholding these values with the development, keeping El Portal a bird sanctuary? Are we prioritizing the path where birds migrate? With the close proximity to Sherwood Forest, are you open to consider that when you break ground, you might find sacred artifacts from the Tequesta people, as when mentioning my sister, Gracia Maria? And if this is the case, are you open to consider we may have a similar situation to that of Miami Circle, 444 Brickell Avenue, which has officially been designated a National Historic Landmark? And if this is the case, are you open to consider that your duty and your service to this sacred land is to bring in archaeologists and experts to address the findings? And as a resident at Cavista, I love my building and I love the team that works there. And even though we started off on the wrong foot, because as soon as I moved in February, I was displaced from my brand new apartment because the flooring in my bedroom was completely uneven and had to be rebuilt in a brand new building on the first floor of the building. And the team, however, though, I do want to congratulate you because you chose a great team, did their best to accommodate me. And I'm here in peace and with an open heart and so grateful for the way that they accommodated me, even though it was an inconvenience and I had to live out of boxes for the first month in my apartment, in a model apartment. So aside from all the issues that residents like myself have complained about at Cavista, And as a resident in your building, I'm also addressing you directly with a wide open heart, because I choose to believe that you will uphold the best and highest values of preserving and protecting the sacred land in the ways in which is asking you and asking us to protect it and to tend to her. And as I continue speaking, I'm going to ask you if you're open to considering if you're truly complying and if you will continue to comply with all the codes. And even though I only moved here in February, I very much feel at home, and I very much feel like I am a guardian of El Portal and of this land, and also a guardian of the people that have been stewards of this land way before I have been. So in honor of my elders and those who have opened up the path for me to be here speaking to you today, and addressing you with a wide open heart and open to miracles, I'll just leave you with this. Are we making God's choice the only choice here today and moving forward? And to you, Mayor, as well, are you making God's choice the only choice? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else for?
George Alvarez at 165 Northwest 88th Street. Seems like deja vu. Hello, everyone, council. I think a lot has been said about some of the environmental impacts and maybe a historical or cultural obligation that we arguably may have to the area. And with that context, I can probably say I'm the opposite of the last woman who spoke, who's only lived here for a couple months. I've lived here for considerably longer. One thing that I'm noticing, and every time I come to meetings, and I'm trying to make it to general meetings more and more, but I'm learning about the launch and you know, the development that it is and the potential that it also is. And I have some questions. They don't necessarily need to be asked, but and some observations. And I'll start out with one observation. Every time I'm here, there's more and more people who are here with either questions, observations, or concerns about the development. I think that is noteworthy. I also think it's of importance, let me just say, that when either code is being followed or code is not. If code is not being followed, there needs to be a good reason that it is not being followed. If the code is not being followed for a good reason, wouldn't it stand to reason that all of us would want to vet everything? Because if the project meets enough of the bullet points that we want it to meet, it will stand the test of time. It will pass the test, whether it's the black and white letter of the law stuff that I'm hearing about and wondering about in terms of proximity to other, you know, buildings, in terms of drainage to the river. Those such questions should, you know, the cards speak for themselves if you've ever lost at poker. If those answers are not clear and the project moves forward, then there are other questions behind that I think the builders and owners and future stewards of that land as longtime holders would want to also kind of have acceptably answered so that everybody can live there moving forward. I think that projects like this do have a cost, but they do have a benefit. I think that builders such as the Barrington Brothers obviously know what they're doing and obviously have a deep concern for the spaces that they build in. They have an investment there. If you think the train is loud, you should hear the peacocks, but I know that all of you guys do in Sherwood. That said, and I'm going to try to wrap it up quickly. It seems to me that the council and the residents and the builders would not want to leave strings untied, as it were. And if those strings are questions that are easily answerable in code, then that's easily answerable. If those strings are questions that are tantamount to negotiation or to proving to a community, and not just a community that lives very close to the river, some of us live on the west side, that we would want to know those things. What are the public benefits? Is there going to be public usage? Somebody brought up the idea of what the charrette had said in the past about it really seemed to show that the people who worked on that in the prior council, I think some people were here on that council, that seemed to be their not just their judgment, but their value judgment, that they wanted to see certain things such as park space, such as green space, such as civic space, and other public benefits which come under a private kind of umbrella. Because that is to say, while it would be great to have a park by the river, that would be my choice. You know, that's just my opinion. If that were not possible and the public benefit were shown to be greater than a park, then you know what? A privately owned restaurant that has outdoor tables and maybe keeps up space might be the answer. It's a private solution to a public issue. I think that's maybe what we should be trying to go for. And if it takes a deferment, and that's a big problem, and that's a big problem because that invites more public input, then that's a far bigger problem for El Portal. So I hope you guys will consider working together, builders, council, community, and trying to find a way forward that's somewhere in the middle. Because everything I've heard gives everything else I've heard some degree of context. And it seems to me that we are not in the middle when we could be. Thank you guys for your time. I didn't even hear a buzzer. Thank you, Mr. Oh.
Yeah, that's the second one. That's 6 minutes, my brother, 6 minutes. Appreciate it. Anyone else, public comment? Can you come to this microphone, please? Yeah, appreciate it.
Edward Otobash, 400 Northeast 87th. Hello, council, village government, and residents, fellow residents. So there's not really much that I can really jump on board here that hasn't been said already that I really agree with. And I mean, I agree with it all, is what I mean to say. My big issue here is, why are we ignoring the charrette? Why are we not referencing the task force for resiliency? Why are we not getting emails on time? Why are we not getting agenda on time so that we're aware of what's going on at large? We have a critical mass right now of residents because everybody's been missing out on information and they've been getting it secondhand from other people. And we're all upset and up in arms about it because there's a lot of misunderstanding, but there's a lot of truth here as well. I don't understand why is the charrette not being referenced for it, and I don't think that saying that this property where the launch was acquired after the charrette, so therefore it doesn't apply. I mean, it's still Zone 5. Why isn't the task force involved in this as well? And more importantly, because I want to keep this short, we're going to have further development in Zone 5. Adam Newman and his team are going to come in and beautify the area. But are we going to have due process with this development as well? I really hope so. I really hope that you guys can hold yourselves accountable. And I'm talking to you, Village Council, Mayor, Mr. Mayor, and the village manager and clerk and attorney. please, we need to be made aware of what's going on, and you guys need to follow the code that you've set in place. We do that when we come to you for exceptions for our houses as well. And it's not fair to cherry pick who you're going to be working with and against. So we're all on the same side. Let's work together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who's next for public comment for the launch?
Hello, I'm Thomas Pulliam, 205 Northeast 86th Street. I was just reviewing the staff report from the December 10th site plan review for the launch, and a lot of the allegations that have come up regarding things not being in compliance, like the 4 stories instead of 6 stories thing, the pervious amount, and a few of the other allegations. None of that was ever covered off on the staff report. So as someone who's just...
Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem. Who's reviewing what was done before, what the conversation is today, I see incongruency, and I would like to know from whoever would be responsible with the village, if that's the planning and zoning group, which is Cordino Group, or whomever, if the village could please address those allegations regarding the variances that haven't been covered off that are missing from the December 10th site review plan.
Thank you very much. I'm going to answer everybody's question later on. Anyone else? Come on up.
Colin Brown, 374 Northeast 85th Street. I already spoke, but I just want to say that there's a completely different energy in the room tonight, and I think there's a lot of love here. And I think that there's a lot of people here who are doing their best to convey their love for this neighborhood and to not come forward in a contentious manner and to try to build a bridge with the developer, to try to build a bridge with the council. And this means a lot to our community right now. And I just, it's something that I see and I've heard, and I think it's something to celebrate. So I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Good and welfare? Oh, we're not good and welfare. Public comment for the launch? Anyone else? Okay. Hearing, oh, go ahead.
Okay, so I want to, that quote that I was trying to reference before I wanted to read it, I don't know what's going on. Is there peacocks? Or okay. Anyway, so see the beauty of this village. And so this quote that I was trying to reference before, it's from one of our documents here. It says, El Portal is known as home to the first designated archaeological site in Miami-Dade County, the Sherwood Forest Indian Mound, believed to be a burial ground for Tequesta Indians. El Portal is a tree city. It is considered a modern-day Garden of Eden, with its copious canopy on every street. Because of this, it has also attracted a constant flow of peacocks and other birds. El Portal is known as a bird sanctuary, protecting its birds at all population at all costs. I have many, many, many pictures that I have taken of the trees that are set to be cut down. And they, every single day, have hundreds of ibis, egret, great blue heron, green heron. Well, maybe not hundreds of those birds every day, but hundreds of ibis and several of those other birds because they're more of an individually species. But there's an incredible amount of wildlife that is there that utilizes this natural bank. If you look at, this is our Miami's natural river. The other major Miami natural river was Miami River, which if you go there, you see exactly what that looks like now. It's a concrete jungle. And this is a treasure that we have here. This is not El Portal of 5 years ago, although we need to look into that history and remember who we are and what makes us great and what brought all of these people here that want to be here today. It is our canopy. It is our birds. It is our wildlife. It is the treasure, the rare uniqueness of what we have to offer that exists nowhere else in the city of Miami, nor even if you go up to Fort Lauderdale and even if you go up to Boca Raton, nothing like this. Think about the long-term plan here. Think about how important this river frontage is. As we realized in the charrette, as we realized when we wrote this code, and for some reason this is being abandoned today. For some reason these core values, our identity, all of this is being abandoned today. And why? Because there's a few of our elected officials, and I'm not going to say names, and I don't know who those people are, frankly, but there are some people that clearly think that money and a small amount of money that can hardly bring our village and is not even supposed to be utilized for our current residents beyond giving green space, which is exactly what this is taking away of the main and most important green space that was defined in our charrette. And that's obvious because anybody who redid a charrette today, if we did, which we should have, and it is, I think, very much due, I think we would see the same thing, where the village would want to do, would not want to do this project in its current form, and we would want it to fall within the guidelines of our code, of our charrette, and what makes sense for this village, and for the future of our village, of Mimo, of our neighboring villages, Mimo, Little River, Miami Shores, and the other people that come here to enjoy this rarity. Having said that, I would like to, whether or not it seems that the format of this meeting is that we're all speaking and then there's going to be comment, I assume, from the mayor, from the council, I hope, and from some of the developers. Whenever that is, whether that's now or after, I would like to request that, Mr. Mayor, you enlighten everybody on some of the things that you had mentioned to me about why the core values of our village are being abandoned here and what the reasoning for that is and why our charrette is completely being abandoned and why our code is being dismissed and told it doesn't exist. I would love everybody to hear that. And the understanding that I have, and you know, I'm talking. I don't mean to single Mr. Mayor out. I think he's a great guy, and the only reason is he has he's been my point of contact with this, so to speak. So what I have been understood to told is that, well, even though those are our core values, even though, you know, that this charrette, this is what the developers that they're not environmental people, that they don't really care about these things, and that, you know, we should be okay with that, and that the list that was provided by, you know, these organizations, by Elizabeth Fata Carpenter, et cetera, was completely rejected in its totality. And I don't believe that was representing our village and what we believe is what we want. And I believe, again, if we did that charrette today. So I would like, if the mayor could please respond on that, as well as Mr. Geller, I would like to ask you a couple of questions, if that's okay. First of all, at tonight's meeting, I mentioned the notice that was not provided. Can you comment on why this meeting was, you know, allowed to proceed, even though the Florida statutory requirements were not fulfilled by notice of this meeting? And this is just an example of what has happened continuously.
Attorney Geller, don't answer that. I'll get to everything.
Okay, well, I would like to be, again, I think as another resident came up and said, I've been up here from the site plan review, since the beginning of the site plan review, and every single meeting, and I have still not been provided answers to what the village's interpretation of these discrepancies in our code is. All that we've heard is the developer's attorney's arguments against why they don't exist. That's it. Attorney Geller has not responded, and any other representatives have not provided comment on that. So I just want to also state that regarding the notice that residents have gotten that has been far from sufficient, from my understanding, and when these things are sent out, I am also just asking the council honestly, not in a way to come down on anybody or anything like that, but I'm honestly asking the council, do you feel that the notice that has been provided for this and the education and knowledge that is provided for this has come in a time where you had enough time to really understand and hear everything that has been being said and then make comments on it? Because one of the biggest arguments that has been made is that the site plans have already passed, and now we're about to approve a second building that has a mixed-use variance. Our whole point for this downtown town center with river frontage and access and activation is now being abandoned. And what is everybody else saying? What are the organizations saying? Have we had time to thoroughly consider this? As I said, one of the biggest points is that so many people in this village still do not know about this, and the way that this should have happened was we should have been involved. We should have known about it. As a comment was made, flyers get passed out about everything. The bare minimum legal notice was not done beyond the outreach that should have been done for a project like this, and a lot of people did not know about it. That is why the site plan was approved, and as far as a lot of people are concerned, that was approved illegally as well. So please take this into consideration, and I ask that we can get all of the answers to this so we can all get on the same page and understand, because this does not feel right to so many people in this room, and it should feel right. We should be excited about this because we all are excited about development in this village, and we all are excited about being a leader in Miami, and not only Miami, the world, because of what we have to offer, the framework that we have to work with that is extremely rare and a treasure that we cannot give up. Thank you very, very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Anyone else public comment?
Just to close that up, I don't think we mean to antagonize anybody. And for developers, I know this is a huge setback, but this is a major opportunity too. You know, you look at a city like Miami that is growing so fast, and you can do so much more than a basic concrete block. You know, we can do so much more. You can do so much more. Who are over here wanting to develop this area? This is a Jew. This is not any neighborhood. This is a bird sanctuary. This is a place for wildlife. We have a living forest, and you can thrive off of that too, you know, because this is great for advertisement. This will attract the you know, like lots of people who care about the environment, and you can adapt your plan, you know, so that it meets what the planet needs, what a city needs, what El Portal needs. And really, we are here to work with you, not against you. We don't mean to antagonize you. And I hope that we can come together and create something that maybe this setback will be great for you too, you know, and we all win. Thank you.
Thomas Pulliam, 205 Northeast 86th Street. Just a few other quick things. So again, I was looking at the December 10th site review plan, and it literally says on page 209, I don't know if this has been updated or not. I assume not. This is the most recent one I have. It says the village staff has recommended approval of a site plan review of a 10-story multifamily residential structure. So again, another discrepancy. I thought this was 8 stories, 6 stories with 2 bonus. So again, the staff report has a huge discrepancy in it. Page 7 of 7, 209 of 251 of that document. So, you know, as a tax-paying resident here, I want to make sure all of our ordinances and everyone who we've hired as staff and whatnot are actually following through with their job and with the accuracy of that. So huge question mark related to that. I would love that one answered. It also says in here on that same page, 209 of 251, staff report says that the variance requested is not detrimental to any adjacent properties or adversely affect the public welfare, which I know that you've heard lots of commentary to the contrary of that. So I raise a question mark around why that is featured in the staff report from December 10th. It also says as the last item on the staff report, item 1F, variance request is modified prior to village council review. I would love to double click into that and understand what that means. Has that happened? What is the new variance request? Timing and process with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello again, Alexia Fernandez, 374 Northeast 85th Street. In the light of all the questions we're asking, I also have a question. I can't help but notice an empty chair up here. Council member Anna Lightfoot Ward doesn't seem to be in attendance, and I just question if a decision can be made with an absence here and the process around that. Thank you.
Thank you. Attorney Geller can answer that, but the answer is yes. You can have an absent council member and still vote. Yes. Anyone else? Public comment? Yeah, of course.
Thank you, Elida, 12 Northeast, 90th Street. So I've been to several of these meetings, but one thing that I've personally noticed is that lots of citizens are raising, you know, like very valid concerns. My main question is like, who is going to follow up on all of this? Like, it does seem that we have constantly talked about the trees. We're talking about the budget update on the website hasn't been updated. Trees are being cut continuously. I mean, it doesn't seem that anyone is going to take it in consideration. We have been talking about spreading the word. The citizens are not receiving their email notification. doesn't seem that there is a follow-up on that. So what is the point that we are constantly coming here? I mean, I guess it's been twice a month at this point, but doesn't seem to have a follow-up. Now, I understand, like, it doesn't, I mean, have to be a particular person, but what is the accountability here? Like, are we just completely speaking? We're talking, I mean, I noticed that was very fascinating on the last meeting. Apparently, there was a missing on the plans that the architect had introduced, or developer. They were missing of trees. Then the architect went back, added some trees on the plans. Yay, so beautiful. Now that development is going to happen, but who is going to follow up? Did those trees actually get planted? That is something that I noticed. That actually, as soon as I left the podium, there was an answer from you, Mayor, that you said, well, I'm emphasized all the time about the trees. Yes, that's fantastic, but the problem is that who is going to follow up with that particular project? Do we have someone that does that, or are these meetings do they have any point? Because every single time I listen concerned citizens, but it doesn't seem to have any, I mean, I've never heard any solution, quite frankly. Yes, we're all concerned about the trees, but they're being cut down. So, okay, so then we're all concerned about, like, another interesting conversation that came up on the last meeting was about the taxes that are being raised because of these projects that are being introduced. Who's going to follow up on that? Like, did anyone has any answer? I don't see any how would you say, any informed conversation being discussed in these meetings. Are we just simply like just coming here and raising concerns? Or that's not a solution provider? We're not, I mean, our taxes are still going to be raised in the next few years. So how are we finding solutions? Because it's great. I mean, whatever these developments are happening, everyone is building within the codes that we have, but we are not protecting anything. I mean, nothing seems to. So again, I will be speaking here, but I mean, what does it mean? How long are we going to continue like this? Are we going to have any, decent conversations? Are we going to have any solution providing type of conversations, or are we just simply going to raise issues? And then again, going back to what happened last meeting, is that everyone came and they discussed, we need more trees, we need you to change the plan, and then in the end, you all approved it. So, I mean, it's like, okay, so what was the point of having 1 hour of complaints and then nothing happens? Like, okay. Another complainer?
Okay.
Greg Steer again, 120 Northwest 86th Street. I just wanted to read a text message that I just received from Rachel Strayfeld, an attorney, also the mayor of North Bay Village, who says, "This is a bad deal for the village, and the commission can do better for the residents. They didn't even submit any drainage plans with their site plan approval, and they're not doing anything to improve the public realm. $700,000 is nothing." And finally, she said, "This vote should be deferred since they didn't comply with statutory notice requirements." Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Edward Rabashan, 400 Northeast 87th. So actually, I want to give the Barrington brothers a chance to defend themselves here. So it sounds like you guys are actually going to plant some trees and some stuff. That's awesome. And I'm sure it might be too early, or not I'm sure, it might be too early to discuss, but do you have any ideas for what you would actually plant there or anything like that? Like native species, grasses, or anything? I mean, is there?
So the way that this has to work,
Okay.
we can't go back like the public comment is not. You can't ask like the
Oh,
client like during public.
I
comment.
apologize. I'm going to put this out.
I mean, you can say
into the
whatever. You can
audience
say, "Here's
then.
my question," and if they want
Yeah.
to get up and answer, they can. Like I'll be addressing all the questions afterwards, but there's no during public comment. There's no like debate.
I
that we're looking
apologize.
for.
Thank
No
you
problem.
for
You're
making
good.
that correction,
You're good.
Mr. Mayor.
We're good. We're good. The question's
yeah.
out there, so if
So
they
you
want-
know what it is now. You
I got you.
All right,
No
thank
problem.
you.
All right. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I am Maribel Fruitstone. I currently live in the Cavista, so 471 Northeast 83rd Street, and I did live since 2001 in 157 Northwest 88th Street on the west side. So one of the biggest decisions to live and decide to buy a house in Upper Tall was the charming neighborhood, the size of it. I love that it was a municipality that I could see all we had the police that would just patrol. We had the beautiful bird sanctuary, and there was a beautiful neighborhood about it. And it is what everyone else is saying, it's a treasure. It is, I have friends from all over, and when I post, they're like, wow, where do you live? And I'm like, I live in El Portal. I've participated since 2001 in cleaning the Little River when it wasn't even through the Conservancy. It was just residents getting together and deciding to clean it. And it has continued. I love El Portal so much that I reinstated the El Portal Women's Club. And we continue to make community for the village. But I'm also an educator. And this is the first time that I'm going to agree with the communication. Because being on and it could be that my life is just really busy and I have missed some of the emails. So that could be my fault too. But as an educator, my school and my students participate in the Fairchild Tropical Gardens Challenge. And they're specifically informed that, and I was told this, that Miami-Dade is the hottest city in the United States. It's an urban desert. And through the challenge, what children are asked is there's a specific challenge called Shade Our Trees. And so we have been collecting all the children around that participate in this, and it's been going on for 3 years. We collect evidence that the shade of a tree is better than, obviously, the sun, which is what we need here. So, I mean, I would love to have where I live in the Cavista, and I would love, you know what I love? It was wild. I was working out of the gym, and then all of a sudden, it's like plowed. Everything is like done. And I'm like, oh, that must be the building that they're going to start to build. And I was like, oh, that's the building they're going to start to build. Because a lot of what I used to enjoy about working out at the gym is gone now. It's just dirt. And then I see what used to be the trail. But I also, now that I have your ear a little bit, and I have the microphone, more than, even with the green space, there's an opportunity with the trees, there's an opportunity to create that sense of community, which I feel now living in an apartment building, I don't always get. Yeah, we have the monthly social, but it would be lovely to socialize outside, enjoying the trees and things, or the beautiful river that's there. And also think about like people coming to these things. There's lack of parking. So no one can come and enjoy these things. If we create it, we also need to think about how people can come and enjoy it. So thank you for your time, and I hope there can be a resolution. I know we always encourage the children to compromise, and so I think we could lead by example in doing that and trying to be the beautiful shady area of Miami, whereas the rest of it is completely being developed all over, and we are still going to be the hottest place. It would be lovely to have El Portal not in that area. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Anyone else public comment? Anyone else public comment?
I apologize for getting up here again. I really appreciate everybody's time and ear. I know that I might be being a little bit redundant here, but first of all, I just wanted to understand, the reason I'm getting up here right now is I wanted to understand, so the format, just to be clear, because I think it has varied in other meetings, the format of this meeting is that we're gonna speak and then everybody, like the council will comment and then will we get a chance to speak again or respond to anything or no?
It's not supposed to be like that. So let me just explain this real quick. So the format that I've always, and Madam Manager always says, no good deed goes unpunished. The format that I've always done was a format that never existed, which was people can come up as much as possible, you can talk as long as possible, you can come up as many times as possible. It was never supposed to be like that. Now, we can be here until midnight, because let me tell you, my man Scott goes for hours, and if he doesn't get the answer he wants, he keeps going. We can do that, but I'm trying to have a little bit of structure. I'm still breaking the rules for you guys. It's supposed to be 3 minutes, one time per person. Scott, the first time you spoke, it was 18 minutes the first time. You've been up like 2 times since then.
Thank you. I appreciate
All
that
right.
very
So,
much.
so the way that it's supposed to be is I open it up. The council, are there? Yeah. I open it up. The council, termites. I open it up. The council, I then go to the council for questions or comments. If they don't have anything to say, then I open it up for public comment. Once all the public comment is done, we close the public comment. We come back to the council for any last questions or comments and answering stuff that you guys said and things like that. That's how it's always been. Now,
Well, can I say something? I don't think we've seen.
She needs to come to the podium if
Yeah.
she wants to talk.
And I also want to say something. I don't think we've seen whether or not the format works because we're still kind of stuck in the first portion. So I think a lot of people in the room have lodged a lot of valid questions. We need to kind of give everybody an opportunity to have those questions heard. We're kind of just like in the first part of like a resounding chamber where we can possibly move on to the other part where we can kind of get some of those questions answered.
Right, so Alida again, 12 Northeast. It's not about creating a confrontational, like the lady, she's like, can come to the microphone and everything. It's about like, what is the point of asking all these questions? He has been here for 18 minutes, so how come there's no answers? So who is going to answer? Who is the informed one? Because like, again, we're coming here once a month. Who is the informed one? Is it the attorney? Is it the... Who do we ask? Like,
The mayor,
how are we having these meetings? Like,
the mayor established at the beginning of the meeting that he would take all comments from the public. Once that is done, the mayor will then begin answering all of the questions that have been accumulated from public comment. So we're about to begin listening to the mayor at first. The rest of the council will chime in if there's questions to the manager. That will happen, attorney, etc. But at the beginning, the mayor established that he would allow all public
hold on
comment.
a second. So we've been talking for about 2 hours, and he's going to answer to all the questions we said for the past 2 hours, or we could have
He
a
will be-
conversation.
No.
The format that we have,
No,
we
it-
come here, we talk, we are, obviously we're being sort of like looking with the side eyes and everything because we're saying things that,
As an elected official, I can tell you.
Excuse me?
As an elected official, I can tell you that the discussion that's going to take place that results in a vote or not a vote or a motion or not a motion.
What is the
that
point?
That is the
What is the
responsibility
point?
that
When-
lies on the shoulders of the elected people sitting on this dais, the 4 of us here tonight. and we are about to begin the discussion between the four of us, headed towards either a vote or
Yes,
not
I
a vote.
appreciate that, but
That's the
not
answer.
all the four of you are not just the decision maker of what's happening with our village. What we are saying, this format is not working.
This is what they say when they say elections have consequences. The four of us up here are in fact the ones who will make
We
a
can
decision
see
about
that.
this
Actually, we
tonight.
can see that because we tried on the last election to make a change, but we can see that it has an affection because like I've been here for almost like 12 years in this village. I've never met you. I've never met Miss Martin. I've never met the mayor. I've never met any of you. So obviously we can see that it has a huge consequences, especially during this time that a lot of things are happening in our village. This is not particular to this project. This is like when there are these questions being answered. Are you gonna take questions for 2 hours, and then you're gonna answer like something? Right? It doesn't seem that anyone has any expertise. I mean, I don't know, like who is approving it? And then in the decision, it's like the last meeting happened exactly that. Five of you made that decision for that project to happen. Now again, I'm not particularly going behind any particular project, but please understand that this format is not working. Just us coming here and talking, it's not working. You know, like either is gonna be someone will answer the question that is, we have a zoning person here, right? That has the expertise. We have an attorney that has the expertise. We have a budget person that has the expertise. So who is answering? Because I'm not gonna chase the mayor. I mean, like, I understand, like, I'm not gonna chase you by email, or I'm not gonna chase, so that is my point. It's like, well, we have always done it like that. Yes, you have done it the last 10 years, you have done it that way, but the problem is that lots of things are happening, and only the five of you cannot make the decision. We're done. You can see it. It's not about attacking any individual. It's not about attacking any project. This is about, like, how do we, this format, you just receiving our complaint, it's not working. I'm sorry I interrupted your, but it's just like.
Just following on what was
Say your
said.
address and say your name and address for the
Eric, 311 Northeast 86th Street. I wrote it down, and I'm going to say it as I wrote it. Usually, we come here with arguments and feel like the city usually ignores points and facts and votes as they want, as we are dismissed. That's what I see all the time. It makes no sense. The city denies and makes a big deal of codes such as door colors, types of shrubs, and small variances, and are willing to turn a blind eye for something as impactful as this. Why? It makes no sense. I come here and I lose my faith in humanity all the time.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Mr.
Thank
Colbert.
you. So thank you for that, everybody. So I was just, I guess, curious because similar to what the others stated, in previous times where I got up here, I see the developers, kind of rolling their eyes at me right now, which has been the case every single time that we've came up and made heartfelt and very, very impactful speeches about what we felt was not done. Again, the code violations, again, the charrette and the moving away from that. I wanted to understand whether or not we would be able to comment afterwards, after we hear what the council has to say, because I do feel that I have been dismissed by not receiving, not by each of you individually, not at all, but by not receiving answers to these questions from our attorney, who is meant to interpret this for the village, or at least add some color to it. And there's been relatively limited commentary from that. So that was my main question that I wanted to get the answer to. So I hope that as a closing, I know that you are you know, maybe getting a little bit impatient with us and that sort of thing. This is extremely, extremely important to our village. And there's a lot more that I have to say, and there's a lot more conversations that I wanted to have. Again, this was not the right initial format for this, was not to have no public outreach, nobody in our village know about this, and then come straight to site plan approvals that got done illegally. No notice about this, no proper notice, yet we're having a meeting. It's insanity. The code is violated, the charrette is abandoned, the core values of our village are being abandoned. Why is this taking place? And how can we proceed in this way with hearing environmental organizations, your residents, and so many people that are saying, we don't want this in this village? How can we move forward with this? Has there been a lot of comment about people who believe that this should be done? I haven't heard a lot of it in its current form. And I don't think a lot of people can contest that I didn't know about this. I would like at least an opportunity to know and to talk to our elected officials and to comment in a way that is not maybe a workshop, maybe something that should have been done before, not the night we're voting on it. Okay, thank you again very much. That's my final comment. Hopefully you appreciate all of your time. And again, I greatly appreciate your patience with us. Thank you so much for your patience. I hope that you understand how important this is to the future of our village and what this means and what this decision tonight means. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anyone else public comment? Anyone else public comment? Public comment for the launch. All right. Going once, public comment for the launch. Going twice. Public comment for the launch. Going 3 times. All right. Okay. Thanks for everybody for being here tonight. I appreciate all of you guys for being here. So let's do this. First of all, I'll start with Mr. Parker. How you doing, Mr. Parker? Mr. Parker's been waiting. Mr. Parker's been waiting patiently. Mr. Parker, you came up, you had a flyer in your hand, correct? Let me see that flyer. Hold it up for me. No problem. Okay, I see that one. It's that one right here, right? Yeah. Okay. All right, so first thing I want to say is, and this is not towards you, Mr. Parker, this is overall, and then I'm going to get to Mr. Parker's questions in a second. Just because somebody writes something doesn't mean that they're correct. So from this first flyer, there's misinformation on this flyer that was spread around, which is why a lot of individuals are here. Mr. Parker, you said, what are we getting out of this? We're getting a development agreement fund that's $733,000. That $733,000 can be used for anything throughout the village as far as infrastructure, road work, parks, things like that. I have a new tot lot coming in, brand new tot lot that's going to be coming in, going to be developed. We're going to have water stations, water misters, and all those type of things. Some of that's being paid for by development agreement funds. The nature trail is going to be done over. Madam Manager, a lot of lush native plants in the nature trail, brand new outdoor exercise equipment, brand new nature trail. Development agreement funds. We're going to be doing road repair. That type of infrastructure. We're using that, not only grants and things like that, but development agreement funds could be used for things like that also. You talked about, Mr. Parker, you were saying that you're concerned with the new property being sold, the trailer park. and you're right behind there. You had concern about that. And I think I spoke to you, and the same thing still applies, which is that the density that they're seeking on there would have to be the high density would have to be toward Biscayne for that trailer park. And so it will be a descending density, and that's the way that would have to be. Let me just tell you that I've been working closely with Mr. Newman on the upcoming site plan for the trailer park, and it's more trees and environmental aspects than you could ever imagine. And he's sticking with that as far as the density also. So that's, Mr. Parker, was there anything that I missed on that? I think that was kind of overall kind of covering.
Yeah, I don't know if it was true or not, but the flyer that I received mentioned that Durham had recommended against the
Okay.
approval, so I don't know if Durham had approved it.
Okay, so I'll get to that right now. So yeah, so let me skip down to Mr. Corbett. Corbett mentioned Durham and South Florida Water Management District, correct? All right, so we'll address that, and we'll address that at the same time, Mr. Parker. All right, so for Durham and South Florida Water Management District, Attorney Fernandez, did you get a letter from Durham or South Florida Water Management District about this? Did you get an email, or did you get a letter saying that these things were denied in the mail from the South Florida Water Management District of Durham? Did you get anything sent to you? Did you come up? Did you get anything? Did you get a letter in the mail or an email from Durham regarding this project anytime recently?
No.
Excuse me, Mr. Fernandez, just for the record, the mayor has addressed you directly, so it's perfectly fine that you're responding, but you still need to put your name.
Yeah, say your name and address for the
Sure.
record.
Sure.
Say your name and address for the record.
Ben Fernandez, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard.
Okay, and the answer was no. You can sit down. You can sit down, Attorney Fernandez. Thank you very much.
Okay.
A.R. Barrington, can you come up, please?
A.R. Barrington, 8300 Northeast 4th Place.
Thank you very much. Did you receive a letter from Durham or South Florida Water Management District?
No.
All right, thank you. You can sit down, please. Mr. Kim Barrington, come up, please.
Ken Barrington, 8300 Northeast 4th Place.
Did you receive a letter from Durham or South Florida Water Management District?
I did not.
Thank you. Sit down, please.
Okay.
Madam Manager, did you receive a letter from Durham, email, snail mail, in the mail, from South Florida Water Management District or Durham?
No, I have not received any.
Attorney Geller, did you receive a letter, email, regular mail, South Florida Water Management District or Durham?
I have not seen any such letter.
Appreciate it. Clerk Jacoby, did you receive a letter, email, snail mail, South Florida Water Management District or Durham?
No.
Okay. Vice Mayor Martin, did you receive a letter
No,
in
I have
any way,
not.
South Florida Water Management District or Durham?
No, I have not.
Councilperson Urban, did you receive a letter
I have
from
not
Durham?
I have not received a letter.
South
that
Florida
you
Water
described.
Management District?
No.
Councilperson Winters, did you receive a letter from Durham?
I have not received a letter from anyone.
South Florida Water Management District?
Nope.
I did not receive a letter from Durham or South Florida Water Management District. So let me get this straight. So this is the thing. More than anything else, I'm a logical person. And maybe that might be to my detriment. But when it comes to logic versus emotion in politics, logic is the thing in the black and white that we have to vote on. So it's the first logical point. So Durham and South Florida Water Management District have a letter against the launch that the individuals received that are against the launch, but South Florida Water Management District and Durham, who are reputable organizations, did not send this letter to the developer's attorney, our attorney, the village manager, the mayor of the village, the vice mayor of the village, or any of the council members. Logically, that doesn't make sense to me. That Durham has a letter and South Florida Water Management District has a letter, but they didn't send it to any of the individuals involved. That makes absolutely no sense to me. Makes absolutely no sense to me. So when it so other people can get letters from wherever they got it from. That's perfectly fine. The other other hold on. For Durham there can be a letter for Durham and South Florida Water Management District you can hold up the letter all you want. There can be a letter for Durham and South Florida Water Management District to send out a letter on something that is so important, mind you. This is very important, right? This is extremely important. That's so important. What does not make sense.
No, what makes sense that if you don't have that letter, you should be concerned if you have it or not. How are you going to approve something without information? And the citizens are telling you if that's the case.
It was in the meeting agenda, Mayor. It was in the meeting agenda. The site plan approval package. Which is your due diligence.
You're the mayor of
So how are you saying you didn't get something that you put into?
I want to be boisterous.
We do have a statement of decorum. There's things that I disagree with, but I've never interrupted anybody or yelled out. Thank you. My point is that for something so important from an organization like Durham or South Florida Water Management District, that letter, which is right there, there makes no sense to me that they would not send it to the individuals which the development is about. People. I'm not asking a question. I'm not asking. I didn't ask one question. No, I didn't. No, that was a rhetorical because I'm making the point that it does not make sense to me. And individuals can disagree. But just like if there is a case and there's a plaintiff and there's a defendant, if something comes up, they will contact the plaintiff and the defendant and the magistrate. For Durham to send a letter and not send it to the individuals who are building the actual development that the letter would be about says to me that that concern of importance of SOS may not be as high of a concern as people are making it out to be. Because if I was concerned about something, I would send it to all parties involved.
I'm sorry, you must follow the state of decorum. If you look at it in your agenda, it's at the beginning. You cannot speak off the mic. I'm sorry, excuse me. It's understandable, but the state of decorum, it's in the agenda. You can be escorted out. Ma'am, you can be escorted out.
No, just leave it alone. You're good.
Raise your hand if you've had an opportunity to speak tonight. Raise your hand if you've had an opportunity to speak tonight. Raise your hand if you have had an opportunity to speak tonight. Notice my hand is not up. Notice my hand is not up. There are 3 other council persons up here waiting for their opportunity to speak, and this disruption is preventing the other 3 council persons beyond the mayor from having an opportunity to speak on this matter. That is why we're going to maintain order here. This is not a discussion. This is devolution. De-evolution of communication is what's happening right now. This is not a discussion any longer. I've been waiting patiently for 2.5 hours for my chance to speak.
So, Mr. Parker, are you pretty good? You're okay? All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Parker. I appreciate it. Mr. Steer, you had a question about the zone. I think your first question had to do with the Z5, the zone, and I just wanted to let you know this property is going on the other side of the river. It's on 83rd Street. You can't access it from this side of El Portal. You have to go to Biscayne. And Mr. Greg Steer, I'm responding to your question, or responding to what you were saying up there. You have to access it from Biscayne, go to 83rd Street, and come down on 83rd Street. And yeah, well, that was late. That was later. But you opened up, and you were just missing the project in itself, like just as a whole. You were missing the project as a whole when you opened up. So that's why I just wanted to point out that it is Z5, and I want to point out where Z5 was and where the actual project was going. As far as the letter, which I also have here, as far as the letter, we've gone through that. We just have a disagreement between myself and those out there. Also want to point out and this, I also put this on here because, Mr. Steer, you mentioned the project as a whole. Also just want to point out that, let's remember what was there before the project was purchased. And there were slum duplexes that were there for years. And in the back of those duplexes, they used to do automobile work. And there were tires being thrown in the river. There was all type of stuff back there. As a matter of fact,
Honestly, guys, we have to stop calling out from the audience. It's hugely distracting. It's also disrespectful. It doesn't allow for us to ease the temperature in the room. And I sense that there's some need or there's some elements that might want this to be more of a back and forth, combative or adversarial exchange, but really what we are trying to do is give you the information if you give us an opportunity. And the calling out from the audience is a really quick way, like Councilman Erbaum says, to devolve the conversation. So the mayor seems to have written down all of your points. I know we have points as well. We would appreciate you giving us the courtesy of not calling out while we're speaking. That would be helpful.
thank you very much, Madam Vice Mayor. And so let's not forget that those were there previously. And the Barrington brothers actually, when they purchased that property, because those duplexes were filled up, and therefore the owner of that property was getting a substantial amount of rent every month from the individuals in those separate areas of those duplexes. And because those duplexes were polluting, when the Barrington brothers purchased that property, I remember myself and Manager Lou went to them and asked them, can you just knock those things down so they stop polluting? And they, just mentioned kind of like in jest, like, well, we're going to miss out on a substantial amount of rent money before the new property is up. But they went ahead and knocked it down right away anyway. So if they were all about money, I don't think they would have done that. That's kind of how I feel about that process. Is there anything else, Mr. Steer, besides that you wanted me to kind of touch on? You mentioned the letter from Durham. Yeah, so the letter from Durham I went over in the beginning. It was just on the opposite sides of that, but I have no more information on that. Yeah, the reason why I even brought it up was because it was brought up that someone had mentioned it. That's the only reason why I brought it up. Yeah. I understand. Thank you. Yeah. Mr. Colbrick, you were speaking about hearing notifications, things not done in compliance. You mentioned the word illegally a few times. What I would say about that is this. I would say go to court. Yeah, I would say go to court. I think that here in this country we have a great system, a great legal system, and we have a great judicial system. And when you have individuals that feel like they've been done wrong and things have been done illegally, I think that the recourse is to go to court. I think that's something that our country provides, and it's a good recourse that can figure things out when you have individuals who feel like they've been done wrong and agreement can't be met. So I just feel like you should really take that to court, and I believe that the justice system can decide that, and I think that's the way to go with that, because I think that's something that, by all means, if something was done illegally, that's really the way that should go.
standing up for us, and you said at the end of the last meeting, I don't cower to anybody. That was about us, but you're cowering to the developers.
So if there's any disagreements and somebody feels like anything's been done illegally, court is the way to go. You mentioned Attorney Geller, and that Attorney Geller wasn't at a particular meeting. Everybody needs to understand that we hired the firm Greenspoon Motter. Attorney Geller just happens to be the point attorney for El Portal for most of the meetings, but we hired the firm. The contract's with the firm. It's not with Attorney Geller. It's with the firm Greenspoon Motter. As far as you mentioned the distance and how you felt that was illegal. That should also be addressed in court. There's different things that were said as far as Mayor, tell us why you don't care about the environment. Tell us why you don't adhere to the code. Tell us why. I would just say for those type of questions, I think, just in my opinion, those are questions that are kind of like straw man arguments. And if anybody doesn't know what a straw man argument is, that is kind of like when you load the question. So it's like, okay, Mayor Omar, you're gonna vote for the launch. Well, why do you hate the environment? That would be like a straw man argument. Instead of, Mayor Omar, you're voting against the launch, or you're gonna vote for the launch. Why is that? In reverse, another way a straw man argument would work, basically like from my side, would be like this. Oh, you're against the launch? Why are you against road improvements? And why are you against our new tot lot? See, so that'd be like a straw man argument where you kind of load the question to like side with your side. So when Mr. Colbrick, when you ask like, well, Mayor, why don't you tell us why you guys don't care? Why don't you tell us why you're selling out? Why don't you tell us why that's like a straw man type of argument. And those, I don't respond to straw man arguments.
Program, we don't have cross debate. If you want answers, you've spoken quite a bit, let the man speak, but we're not gonna go back and forth with cross debate all night. You don't answer every time someone makes comments.
Well, you know when to sleep and you know when to shout, huh?
Who said that?
I said that. Because you sleep every meeting. It's disrespectful to us. Who hired you? You're always asleep. And now you're shouting? I said that. I'm sorry.
For the young woman that was talking about artifacts, possibly in the ground when they were breaking, I know there's a process. There's a process if that area is deemed like an architectural, not architectural, not historical, archaeological area, then per the permits, before they do anything, that would have to be looked into, all right? So they can't do anything before that's looked into if that area is confirmed as archaeological, like area, or archaeological zone, or dig site, or anything like that, okay? So they have to go through that process. They can't do anything before they get that, if that area is like that. Mr. Alvarez, you spoke about more and more people coming to the meeting. I think that's a good thing. I also think, though, that individuals are here thinking that we're voting on something we're not voting on, and I'll get to that in a second. Also, Mr. Alvarez, you spoke about public benefits and the public usage of the property and where is that. And there is a commercial area right on the bottom floor that will most likely be a restaurant. But legally, we can't tell them that it has to be a restaurant. But legally, it's in there as a commercial area. It's a commercial area in there. Mr. Colbrick shaking his head, but Mr. Colbrick shaking.
Sorry, I'm so sorry. I'll stop.
The other problem is that we can't pick up when he talks or when anybody
And that's no problem. I would just say this. I mean, it's right there. It's right there. The commercial is right there. It says it right there. But two things. So first of all, I would just say this. We have to kind of keep in mind that the same way that when I speak, you guys don't believe anything that I say is. Thank you, ma'am. So the same way that when I say things, you guys, many are not believing what I say, is the same way that just because, for example, because Mr. Colbert, I think I'm still on you, and Mr. Alvarez, I'm on Mr. Alvarez. Just because statements are said doesn't mean they're correct, right? And I'm not saying about you, Mr. Alvarez, but you were asking kind of like the question. So to kind of keep that in mind also, I would say also, another thing is that I've been working on this from the very beginning, right? So I've been in all the meetings, not only the public meetings, but all the meetings. So when we say things and Attorney Fernandez says things, and when, individuals like Mr. Colbert says like, no, that's wrong. Going back to logic, I don't understand why Mr. Colbert would think that he knows more about the property and the development than we do when we're the ones that have the interior, intimate knowledge about the entire thing from the very beginning. Like, it's just like that right there, that would be kind of like if I would go to those officers over there, even though I'm involved with the officers intimately also, but that would be like if a resident would go to those officers over there and say, that's not the El Portal process of public safety. And they're like, we work it every day. No, that's not the El Portal process. I know more than you. So I just want to just kind of keep that in mind, that when we're saying things and we're saying, this is not that way, we really believe that because we've done this and we've worked on this and we've been involved in this from the very beginning. So I understand that, when it comes to a lot of times, when it comes to like emotions, that emotions sometimes can make individuals feel like, I don't care what's being said, I just don't agree with it at all, right? So yeah, thank you. I hear you. Thank you. But I'm referring to more things that are detailed. Like Mr. Colbert keeps bringing up, it's illegal because the distance between the building and his property. Yeah. So my point is that just because things are being said doesn't necessarily make them true, which is why I'm not even saying, even though in my mind, just like in your mind, you feel like everything you're saying is 100% correct. In my mind, I feel like what I'm saying is correct. And that's why I said, when people can't agree, you let the judicial system take care of it. You take it to court. So that's just the way to handle those type of things, just take it to court. Another thing that I would say is Mr. Colbert also stated that with the development agreement and the way it's intended to be used, it says for the money contribution to the village public benefits program, which includes, but it's not limited to the acquisition of land for parks and open space, reinvestment in capital improvements to existing parks, shout out to the Todd Lot, and open space, reinvestment into capital improvements in open space, including tree planting, landscaping with lawful purpose, but not limited to policing also, water and sewer improvements, roadway and infrastructure improvements. So those are the things that this development agreement, and that's kind of closing out Mr. Alvarez about the public benefits, like what are the benefits? And the benefits are far and wide as far as what we can use these things for the benefit of other areas of El Portal, and even that area over there, but there's nothing over there that we would need to improve. So the benefits would be from other areas of El Portal. For example, the brand new tot lot you guys are going to be getting. We're trying to get it done, Madam Manager. But the reason why we haven't broken ground yet is because, and shout out to our lovely residents. There were a group of residents that kept coming to me saying, Mayor, my daughter's birthday is coming up. My son's birthday is coming up. Can you please hold off until after April 5th, I believe. Is April 5th Saturday? So April 5th, there's going to be a few parties at the tot lot. As a matter of fact, there's going to be April 5th, and I think April 6th on Sunday also. There's a group of, I was like, look, you guys, I got to break ground. We got to start this brand new tot lot. It's going to be wonderful. And so actually there's a bunch of residents that have kind of like come together to celebrate all their children's birthdays on like the same couple of days. So I have some group birthdays coming up, and then we'll break ground on that. Mr. Pulliam brought up the staff report. We can look into that, but let me just say, just for kind of procedural purposes, that the resolution is what's voted on, right? So the resolution that's read into the record, that's what's voted on, and that's the only thing that's legally binding. So whenever a resolution is completed and finished, that's what I have to sign, the attorney has to sign, the clerk has to sign, and that's what gets codified, is the resolution. So we can look into that as far as the staff report, but the resolution is is the only thing that's legally binding. Only reason why I'm giving that answer is because I didn't have time to go back and look at the staff report to give you a more detailed answer right now. Yeah, but the resolution doesn't say that. Yeah. The resolution doesn't say that. As far as everything with follow-up, this is her time to shine right here. Ma'am? Yes, so the answer to your questions. For as far as things with the email, Clerk Jacoby, I don't know if she's here. Clerk Jacoby, well, the first thing I would like to say, and I said this last time during last meeting, was you all make sure that you check your junk mail, check your junk mail, check your clutter mail, check those things also, just to make sure it's not in there. But Clerk Jacoby, when she sent out the invites for this meeting, she sent them out, and we went through every email to make sure that the emails that were received through the village website, that no emails got bounced back. So just make sure that that and nothing got bounced back. Like, we sat there and made sure. And so just make sure that nothing's in your junk or your clutter or anything like that. Okay, because it might be sitting in there. Because other residents who first contacted me and were like, Mayor, like, I signed up for the email blast, but I'm not getting the emails. When they did go into some of those other folders on their email list, they're like, oh, Mayor, I see it. All right, so just make sure, just No. What I can not if it went to the junk, but residents who were looking for the emails, once they called me. People called me and say, Mayor, like, I didn't get the email. And then when they looked through their other folders in their email, their clutter, their junk, they found it. they found it. So just make sure, because a lot of times, since this is an email blast and it's blasted out to so many emails, a lot of times your email might not feel like it's coming from one to one. So they look at it as kind of like like maybe promotional stuff or, spam and things like that. So make sure you check your spam folder, your junk folder, your clutter folder. It could be in there. But if not, you guys, contact me and we'll see, and myself and the clerk will look on the email list and we can see if your email is right there, the one that she sends out every time. This is just a side note, and I'm not done with you. I'm getting to your other stuff in a second. This is a side note, but understand that the email blast, you guys, is not required by law. Attorney. Yeah.
How do they get notified this major development is happening or more upcoming major significant, that will be determined for for our village? What is the format?
Yeah, so
Are we going to still stay with the email only? Are we going to decide that?
okay, so officially, when a meeting takes place, it only has to be on a public website, officially. Now, we send email blasts also. Now, individuals and residents who get the email blast, if they can't make it to the meeting, a lot of them just call me. And what I do is, I understand, but
only 5 city councils, they are not the only ones to make the decision what's going to happen in the next 10 years for my life.
So what do you suggest? What do you think? No, what do you suggest?
What do I suggest?
Yes.
That you should have sent, you have done many times, the mayor has come to our properties and handed information about the police, about the top law, or things or about hurricane. That should have been the way to actually.
So for every meeting, you would like us to print it out and come to your house?
It doesn't seem that you have specifics at how you are going to tackle and what is we are not hearing how you are making this information.
So I will say this, I will say this, and I don't want to cut the mayor off, but I do think that there's a difference between not getting the information and not getting the information that you want. Because I know, and I'm going to cut you off, I'm going to cut you off because I'm going to say something. I'm going to explain something to you. We have spent an inordinate amount of time. Sitting in this room, but you have to listen. You have to listen to get the information. And I'll share this information with everybody else that's willing to listen, because I also don't think that it's fair for one voice to usurp the entire conversation when we are all here. And I'm imagining that there are a tremendous number of other things we can be doing. So I want to make sure that you guys are able to get the information. For me, we have spent a lot of time in this room talking about the launch. We have talked about specifics. We've had these same conversations. I have seen your faces up at that podium, and I've listened to every single bit of information that you have sent my way. I have called you. I have responded to emails. I have listened with an open mind, and not once have I ever judged your competence, judged your intentions. I've never yelled. I've never raised my voice or had a derogatory thing to say about your viewpoint. This is not the same thing that I've received tonight. This is not the same thing that we've all received tonight. There is no iteration of the world where you could believe that we have just perched ourselves on this dais and have not taken copious means and spent a tremendous amount of time reviewing what will be the impact of this, what are we giving up to have this, What could this be a gateway for us to have as a community? That charrette that we're referring to is something that we use as guidance, but it is guidance. I understand that you think that the 20-something or 30-something people in this room should be the determinative factor on how we make our decisions, but that is not what I charge myself with. I charge myself with representing the almost 2,000 people that live in the village of El Portal. And I know that you say that you've spoken to the majority of them and no one is in favor of this. I assure you that that has not been my experience. It has not. So I take everything that you say, and when you question my competence, even though I am tremendously qualified, when you question my intentions, although there is nothing in it for us, we barely, I think our salary at this point is $200 or something, that I don't even cash. I do this because I think it's important. I do this because I think I can do it. I do it because I spend a tremendous amount of time thinking about how this will evolve. I did not just show up tonight with nothing in my head, just ready to make a random decision. I've spoken to you, Mr. Kobrick. Mr. Brown, before I got here today, the one thing I said I had to do in the middle of the tremendous number of things that I have to do on this day, which is a significant day for me, I called you to figure out what your position was. I give you the respect, and you tonight, this has been a tremendously disrespectful display. Not because I expect you to hear what I say or love what I say no matter what I say it. I expect you to do it in a way that is respectful because that is what I've given you. We've never met in person, but every single time that I've seen you on that dais, I have looked at you, I have listened to what you said, I've taken it to heart, I've written down notes. We talk about your problems even when you're not talking about your problems. Every single time you send me an email, I am here chatting with this person or that person to try to get to the bottom of it. My decision is made based on everyone that I've spoken to, which is beyond this room, my understanding of how I think this community is changing, my viewpoints on development and the inevitability of it. I have a set of values and information that I've acquired over more than just the past couple of months that informs my decision. And I'm willing to share that with you, but I do think that the way in which we do it is important. And just yelling questions at us, questioning our integrity, questioning our competence, it is tremendously disrespectful, I think unnecessary and completely counterproductive as it relates to us getting to a final decision, which we will get to tonight is a final decision. Sometimes I think that these conversations are meant to stymie the process, and I do want to assure everybody that there will be a decision and a culmination, at least on my side. I do believe that instead of letting this thing fester and turn into something that it doesn't have to, I think for everyone's benefit, there needs to be some finality tonight. However it works out, there needs to be that. I did want to state that. There is no answer to it, ma'am. There is absolutely no answer to it. There's no answer to it. We're on the dais. Just screaming out isn't going to make it so. The conversation is on the dais.
So,
I still haven't had a chance to speak, and I keep watching residents leave. It's extremely frustrating that we're not able to have discussion up here on the council. I'm done, I think. Listen, the vice mayor is correct.
Call the
There
vote.
is absolutely
Call it.
going to be an opportunity for me to speak as well. That is going to happen, and that's where we're at right now in the meeting. The dais is now discussing the item amongst itself.
Thank you very
We
much.
cannot do anything in a vacuum up here. We need the residents. That's true. I understand what she's saying about, it's not just us. But the reality is that when it comes down to vote, it will be just the four of us. That is exactly how the vote is going to happen. And we cannot make a vote without input from the public. And if anybody is here to say tonight that there has not been an opportunity for public comment, that would be crazy.
Yeah, so
Just leave it to the dais. We should call the vote.
yeah,
And the counterproductive aspect, many of you know that I am very much interested in finding a long-term, beneficial, good solution out of this. And the vice mayor, again, is correct that where we're at right now is counterproductive to accomplishing that.
let me just finish going through this, you guys, and then I'll turn it back to the rest of the council. So individuals who get the emails for the meetings, if they can't make a meeting, as long as they reach out to me every day, I'm either here at Village Hall, I do house meetings, I'll go to your home. Yesterday I did meetings until midnight because some people have different work schedules. So my last Zoom meeting was at midnight. I'll do phone call meetings, I'll do Zoom meetings, I'll do house meetings. You can meet me here at Village Hall. I can fill you in on everything within like 15, 20 minutes. And any questions you have, I can answer them about anything. It happens all the time. So if you can't make a meeting for whatever reason, just contact me. I have meetings. I average probably 6 to 7 resident meetings per day, including Saturday and Sunday. So, all right, so if anybody can't make it to a meeting, yes, ma'am, what do you want to say?
I don't know.
Let me just say this. Every meeting is big to somebody. Every agenda item is big to someone. So just because somebody has riled you all up for this particular item doesn't mean that the meeting last month or last year or 3 years ago wasn't important to someone. So what we can start doing is printing an agenda item, Madam Manager, printing the agenda page, and maybe, I don't know, maybe putting it over there in the marquee for the nature trail. I don't know. But every meeting, but if a meeting goes out, every meeting is important for some. You know what a lot of residents do when they get the meeting, get the agenda? They just call me up. Mayor, what is G5 about? Oh, that's this. So that's always there. As far as the woman that left, we're going to finish this off real quick. She mentioned about the last meeting. The last meeting was a planning and zoning meeting. And she was talking about the properties in the last meeting, and she said, who's going to have the answer for that? That they said they were going to put more trees. Who's going to make sure they do? When these new properties go up, they're going to have an inspector come out before it's closed. Okay? They have to have an inspection, and there's code also. So those type of things are there. And like I said, that was a planning and zoning meeting. That's different than a council meeting, all right? And she also said that, that this format is not working. Tonight's format is not working. This is the first time that we're doing this format. So if it's not working, how do we know that off of the very first time? And even though it's the very first time, which is I'm sticking a little bit closer to our rules, I still let you guys speak as long as you wanted to. I still let you guys come up multiple times. So let me get this right. So it's not working that I'm breaking the rules for you? And that's not working? So then I would just, break the rules more? I don't understand. Because every meeting before this, since I've been mayor, I let you come up as many times as we want to. And talk as long as you want to. And so if that's not working, then nothing's going to work. Go ahead.
Just have a feeling like 100 people can come to the stage and talk, and you're still not going to listen.
But this is the difference, and I think Vice Mayor Martin hit on this. So if the argument is it's not working because people are coming to talk and we're not listening, if I wasn't listening, I wouldn't be able to answer. So I have to have listened to be able to give answers.
And just for clarity, Mr. Mayor, the regular format of this meeting is that the clock is used and that anybody who gets up to speak has 3 minutes to get their concise, clear thought out on the microphone, and that the time is done when the buzzer goes off. I will say that I have been personally frustrated in different committee meetings and general council meetings at the grace that the mayor offers in terms of essentially an unlimited amount of time for any person to speak on any subject. And while I understand everyone's frustrations, if we're basically dealing with nervous energy here, everyone's concerned that the vote is not going to go the way they want. And so I believe that's what we're experiencing now in terms of whatever it takes to not allow the vote to happen. The problem with that is that the process of this is that nobody should have been allowed to speak more than 3 minutes. And when I say not allowed to speak more than 3 minutes, I mean not 1 second more. And I do not mind, generally, that the mayor allows the discussion to go on, infinitely, essentially. However, the most effective communication that I've witnessed, I'm a wonk. I listen to live Senate committee hearings and congressional committee hearings on C-SPAN. C-SPAN's my favorite channel. I recommend C-SPAN to everybody. It's way more interesting than reality TV. But if you listen to what takes place with much larger discussions than what we're discussing here, those discussions are limited to 3 minutes, and that expert better get their thought out. And one thing that I am frustrated with, at least at that level, is that the entire governing body is not required even to sit there and listen to anybody's comments. They make their statements and they get up and leave. So again, regardless of whether or not you agree with the answers the mayor has given, it is very clear, it should be very clear that that he has in fact broken the rules specifically regarding allotted time to speak, specifically so that the residents would have every opportunity, literally every opportunity, to say literally every single thing that they have to say. I have not yet spoken.
Thank you, Councilperson Urban. We're going to get to you really soon, my brother. So that absolutely is true. And just to finish up that thought, if I wasn't listening, I wouldn't have been able to answer all these questions. I was able to retain that information and answer them because I was listening. But I think what happens a lot of times, and this is why when emotion's involved in politics instead of simply logic, is that if you don't agree with me, you were not listening. And just because we listen doesn't mean we have to agree. And it's fine if we don't agree, and if it's things that deal with like legality and people saying things are illegal, then that's what the court system is for. It's just business. There's no hard feelings. Just go to court. It's just business. What do you say? What does the other side say? Can you agree? Yes, no, we don't agree. All right, we'll just take it to the judicial system. There's no emotion involved. It's strictly business. The last thing that young lady said was, she said that taxes are being raised. No taxes are being raised. We've never raised taxes since I've been mayor. So I don't know where that came from her. Before I turn it over, last thing I would just say is, I think that also through emotion that things become clouded. If you look at the agenda, we're voting on a development agreement. That's what we're voting on. We're voting on whether this building will be 8 floors or 6 floors, essentially. We're not voting on runoff, native plants, wildlife. We're voting on the development agreement. Is the building going to be 6 floors and $0 or 8 floors and $733,000? That's essentially what we're voting on. If this fails tonight, which it could fail, they can still build their building. They don't have to do a setback. They don't have to do a runoff. They don't have to do sustainability. They don't have to do anything. The site plan is done. The building is going up. Is it going to be 6 floors and we get 0, or is it going to be 8 floors and we get $733,000? That's what we're voting on, the development agreement. If you disagree, Mr. Cobra's shaking his head, if you disagree, there's no reason to argue it here. We're never going to agree on that. We'll be wasting everyone's time. Handle it in court. That's what we're voting on. That's what the resolution says. That's the agreement. That's the agenda item. That's all we're voting on. Also, they still have the option to do affordable housing if they wanted to. When they first brought this property, Madam Manager and I, when we met with them, I said to them, and they even, I don't know if it was AR maybe or something, just kind of like in a joking way, and we were like, you know, Mayor Omar, what are we going to do with this? And I'm like, oh, you know, my rule, no affordable housing, right? My saying is, you know, shout out to, you know, no disrespect to Walmart, but El Portal is not going to look like a Walmart parking lot. But through state statute, they can do affordable housing because the state government in Tallahassee says, we'll give you benefits if you put up affordable housing because there's a housing crisis in Florida. And they can up their density. And they can do whatever they want to do when it comes to affordable housing. But I guarantee you this, they don't have to, all those environmental points that you guys were making, they don't have to do none of that. And can still put up the building. And we get $0. So that's essentially what we're voting on. 8 floors and $733,000, or lower than 8 floors and $0. The building is going up regardless. That's the vote. Anyone else from the council?
Yes, but I don't mind going last.
Okay. Councilperson Winters, you have anything?
Yes, sir. All right, so I want to thank everyone for speaking tonight on the launch project development. I know this is deeply personal and emotional issue for many of you, and I respect that. Civic engagement like this is vital to our process. That said, I want to take a moment to acknowledge that what has unfolded here tonight, while I thank everyone for their participation, it's important to remember that we must remain respectful of one another, whether we agree or not. Yelling out of turn, speaking over others, or disrupting the meeting undermines the very process we're all about here for this project. At one point, the situation escalated, and I don't know why but we had to have the police step in, which I've not ever seen here in El Portal. So I'm a little bit concerned. Thank you, police, for doing that so professionally. So that's not the El Portal we want to represent, and we can and must do better for ourselves, for our neighbors, for our children. As a council, we are committed to listening to every voice. And I want to be clear, while the voices raised here tonight matter, I've also spoken with dozens, if not over 100, other residents in the weeks and months leading up to this meeting, many of them in support of this project or open to it in the direction it's heading. Just because they are not here tonight does not mean their voices don't count. In fact, many chose not to attend because they've already expressed their views directly and they feel heard. So I want to move forward with civility and integrity, knowing that a disagreement does not make us enemies. It makes us neighbors with different perspectives. And it is our responsibility to consider all perspectives, those in the room, those outside of it, before making a decision that shaped the future of El Portal. So, lastly, I want to thank Colin for speaking with me multiple times. Is he here still? Oh, about this. We talked outside my house. I listened to you, and I really appreciate you. I appreciate what you're trying to do for our community, and you are part of the heart and soul here, and you care about this community, and I want to thank you for that. I heard Mr. Kobrick speak, and Mr. Kobrick, I know you and I have talked extensively for the last few months. I mean, we've probably spoken over a dozen hours at different points, just trying to listen and see if we could figure out what works and what doesn't work. I want to let you know that this is not something that I'm doing out of malice. We're doing this because we want to listen to everyone in the community. We want to do what's right for El Portal, not just now, but also in the future. Everyone else who spoke, Gracia, Anna, Emily, Tom, Ms. Fernandez, Greg, Maribel, and anyone else I might have forgot, thank you for coming up and speaking today. It does make a difference to hear your voice, and I would love to see your face here every month, if possible. As long as we do it all orderly, everyone has their right to speak, and I believe they should speak, because your voices need to be heard. So I want to assure everyone that we're going to do what we have done our research on. We're going to vote according to the way we've already figured out what's going to work with El Portal and what are the end results. Because we know where this is leading. If it goes one way tonight, it goes one way. If it goes the other, it goes the other way. This means that if we vote incorrectly, it could actually lead to a more detrimental effect in the end. So please understand this is not anything out of malice. This is basically us trying to do what's best for the community. And I know a lot of us talk, a lot of us are in agreement 80, 90% of the time, but sometimes it won't work out like that. But it doesn't mean we still don't want to work with you and work with you to make things better around here. I think every single person here cares about this community. And I want to thank you again for caring about the community. And know that we're always, all of us here, have open communication. If you guys ever need to talk with us about something, especially before the meeting, I mean, we're willing to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Martin or Councilman Urban?
I defer to Councilman Urban.
Okay. All right. So I'll just get down to brass tacks here. The issue on the Durham statement, that was addressed in a previous meeting. They will not be able to get certificates of occupancy without having Durham approval and South Florida Water Management approval. The language that I think people are getting a little bit caught up on is right there, and I think it's page 210 or 207, whichever was referenced, and that has been addressed in a previous meeting. The language is not saying that their application is denied. The language is saying that they will not get certificates of occupancy or final permit sign-offs until and at such time that they receive approval from Durham and South Florida Water Management. So I do want to clear that sticky wicket up first. Secondly is the proximity of 250 feet to Zone 3 residential. And I believe the mayor is correct at this point that if anyone does have a sound argument in that area, you do need to contact an attorney and take it to court. That is where we are at right now with the 250 feet within Zone 3 residential. I know I've spoken to several residents about that previously. So it seems to me, I'll say this for the benefit of residents who have not heard me speak at previous meetings. I was very much opposed to the 8 stories. I would like to see this building maintained at 4, 6 at the most. I do not always get my way. Life works out that way sometimes. So the issue really has not been the mass of the building or the building itself. Let's just cut to the chase here. The issue is the embankment. The issue is the shoreline. The issue is the canal. If this property was not adjacent to the canal, we would have already gone through approvals. They would already be breaking ground, essentially. They'd already be applying for permits. The issue from the beginning about all of this has been regarding the embankment. I will also say, for those of you who have not heard me speak at previous meetings, that I have been frustrated with the initial site plan process of this property. I do think that there should have been a town hall. I do think that there should have been kind of boisterous announcement to the community that it would have benefited the developers. I think partly I acknowledge that the process that the village has taken to get to the site plan issue could have been extremely, I will say the word extremely, much improved, in that it now seems to be doing a disservice to the developers because of all of the I had clarity down here twice, so that was definitely a theme in the comments from the residents, and I agree with that the clarity has been frustrating. I imagine the developers are now feeling that is a similar frustration for them as well. So as it comes down to the embankment, I agree that $733,000 is not anywhere near enough to compensate for the loss of 2 rookeries and a natural embankment. I have tried to look into what rehabilitation costs would be so that in the future, say 30, 40 years from now, the property, there's a desire in the village to rehabilitate the natural embankment. I have not been able to nail down any solidified numbers, but what I will say is that I do agree that natural embankment should be preserved at all costs. I agree with the premise that the charrette is very clear about this, that the desire of the village itself for its own future is to maintain and preserve as much of the natural shoreline as would be humanly possible. To be perfectly honest, I do not know if the structure itself will be okay maintaining the natural embankment, meaning if the insertion of the mass of the property would disrupt the structural integrity of the embankment, would it increase erosion, and things to this effect, right? Would we have a little mini landslide where a good portion of that natural embankment that we tried so hard to preserve, that the developers in an ideal world would have preserved as well, would be either damaged, lost, or otherwise, harmed in any way. Whereas we know that the plans as they sit now with the seawall, we have seen the developers' plans that say that the runoff from the property will be contained within the property. They do have one successful development already within the village. Now, having said that, I go back to my previous statement that I made just a moment ago, and that is I truly do feel that the $733,000 is not anywhere near enough for the loss of that natural habitat, the 2 rookeries specifically, and it directly goes against our charrette to build up that shoreline. That is something that I am aligned with in terms of the comments that we've heard tonight. So where does that leave me? I'm going to put a number out there, and it's not going to be well received, I'm sure, but I'm at $3.5 million for the loss of that shoreline. I'm at 3.5. I would be willing to stay at the 733 if there was a way to maintain the shoreline. And even though I do believe from previous discussions that the rookery trees that are there would have to be removed, if there could at least be old growth as opposed to saplings, if there could be old growth reinstallation of trees wherever it was deemed that you're going to be putting trees on the property. Now, I'm saying this, and I do not fully realize the consequences of what I am saying. So having said that, I probably am in favor of deferment tonight so that that discussion could take place. I do not know the answer to what the rehabilitation value is of that stretch of shoreline. I am very curious to know what it is. I would not be shocked if my $3.5 million assessment is lowball. I would not be shocked at all if that was also a lowball. Now, in terms of the size of the number that I'm proposing, $3.5 million versus $733,000, the way I see it, once that property has achieved full occupancy, we're talking about 0.5833% of a year's time for the developers. They would lose once the property achieves full occupancy, that year of full occupancy, that first year, the developers would be paying 0.5833% of their annual revenue. That is a significant piece of revenue for that 1 year. That's what that's to picture it, to understand what that means. And the developers, I'm more than happy to be corrected in my math. These are estimates that I'm giving out now as I'm sitting through this meeting tonight. And so the points that I made, one, core values was brought up by almost everybody, and that speaks to the charrette. Where the village's core values lies is in the charrette. The language is articulated in the charrette is very clear that we should be willing to lose blood, sweat, and tears over shoreline. That's the language that is in the charrette as far as the onus that is on a body such as ours to preserve that for future generations and the health of the canal. Next was the task force. I do remember in the site plan discussion when Mr. Brown had come and spoken to us, I remember my heart sank, honestly, because I realized that our resiliency and sustainability task force was not involved at all in this process, and that was disheartening, specifically because this property is on the canal. I actually wanted to give up my seat last cycle so that I could join the Resiliency and Sustainability Task Force. I cannot join the body as a member of this council. And so it didn't go that way, and I'm not sure how I feel about that, because I do believe that people don't know about this, but the Resiliency and Sustainability Task Force that we had was, in my opinion, some of the absolute best future-forward looking expertise and minds put together, I swear to God, in the world. The people who brought levels of expertise and knowledge to that task force was immense, just absolutely immense. And it is a misstep by the village to not do everything in its power to maintain that task force and involve them in something as significant as development. Next, cost versus compensation. I'm just right back to the shoreline again. My notes begin and end essentially with the shoreline. That is what we're talking about tonight. I have not heard anybody say that no building should be built, that no development should take place. I've already stated my position on the height of the building. I spoke to the attorney almost, 18 months ago and said, whatever you can do to adjust the shape and silhouette of the crown of the building to allow as much sunlight as possible, even square inches at a time, across the canal to prevent losing sunshine across a huge swath of the canal for a significant part of the morning is going to affect the ecosystem in the canal. So, now, do they have an onus to do anything I say? They do not. Is the mayor correct that they could do a development that would really anger our community? They could. They have rights within property ownership to do that. So I acknowledge and agree that the process to arrive at the site plan was, in my opinion, rushed and not presented to the public in a way that would allow the developers to energetically let the public know what they're doing and avoid miscommunication and unclarity, right? So as I sit here with my comments and understand what we're here voting on tonight, I will just say that I do see that $733,000 for the loss of that shoreline is not enough. I do not have a true rehabilitation number, circa 2024, to go off of. But I do have some life experience. I'm at $3.5 million, or the shoreline is preserved and we stay at the $733,000. So I will just say that to help everyone understand where my thinking lies and where I'm at on this.
Thank you very much, Councilperson Erbaum. Anyone else from the council?
No, I think I've done a pretty good job in our meetings of stating where I stand on this. I do think it's time for a motion. Would we be just moving to accept staff's recommendation on this?
Absolutely. We'll move to staff's recommendation.
I'd like to move to accept staff's recommendation on this item.
And move for resolution G1?
Yes.
Yep. I have a motion by Vice Mayor Martin. Do I have a second for resolution G1?
Second.
Read it into the record for me, Attorney Governor.
Resolution G1, a resolution of the Village Council of El Portal, Florida, approving the development agreement by and between the Village of El Portal, the Florida Municipal Corporation, and the launch at Little River LLC, providing for findings, providing for conditions, providing for appeal, providing for an effective date. Item G1.
Thank you very much. We had a motion by Vice Mayor Martin. We had a second by Councilperson Winters. Madam Clerk, may I please have a roll call, please?
Roll call. Councilperson Winters.
Yes.
Councilperson Erbaum.
No.
Vice Mayor Martin.
Yes.
Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
Motion passes 3-1.
Thank you very much. All right, so we're moving back to the consent agenda. Attorney Geller, when we have a person absent, being that it's a 5-person council, we still need 3 votes to pass something, correct?
Generally speaking, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I've always known.
But 3 votes certainly does pass them.
Certainly does pass it. Because the way I understand it is, if you have a, thank you very much, Vice Mayor Martin, I appreciate it. All right. If you have a, yeah, she was, she let us know beforehand, a couple days ago, she was excused. She was just coming for part of the meeting. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Mayor, you were asking something?
So, because I know in the past that if something is like, if there's a person missing and we don't get over the 3-vote threshold, that it won't be approved, even if it's like a 2-2 tie or something like that. It doesn't go through because it's not approved as far as the majority of the council seats, even if there's a council person missing.
Sometimes if you have 3 members, something can pass 2-1.
Okay.
It depends on the nature of what it is that you're voting on.
Okay.
And other factors. There are things that, can be voted by 2-1. A quorum is present if you have 3 members and a majority of those voting. There are
Okay.
some things, some contained in the charter, some contained in law, that require 3 votes in order for them to pass. Sometimes those are called out in the charter, not always. But
like budget stuff and stuff like that needs like a minority of.
That would be an example, and there are some others, but there. I don't want to say that nothing can ever pass if 3 votes are present. That's a quorum. I don't want to say nothing can ever pass by 2-1, but not everything is subject. But the fact that a 3-to-1 vote, if another member was present, could not alter the outcome anyway.
Yeah. I'll allow it, you guys, with 2-to-1 voting. All right, so we had a motion. Where was who made the motion? It was Councilperson Urban for to pull those out the consent, and then Winter seconded. Can I have a roll call, Madam Clerk?
Roll call. Councilperson Winters.
Yes.
Councilperson Urban.
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson.
No.
2-to-1.
All right, you guys go ahead. The floor is yours. Councilperson Urban.
So we just voted, I guess, to move the consent agenda, move those items out of consent agenda, but do we vote yet to approve the rest of the consent agenda?
Yeah, we want to go ahead and approve.
Okay, you want to
We now
approve it?
vote on the other items that
Okay.
were not pulled.
Motion to approve consent?
So moved.
Second.
Second?
Yeah.
He seconded?
Yes, second.
Can I have a roll call, Madam Clerk?
Roll call. Councilperson Winters.
Yes.
Councilperson Urban.
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson.
Yes.
Motion passes 3-0.
All right, which one was the first one you moved out?
Okay, F2, the Miami-Dade County Recycling
Okay,
Contract.
go ahead, Councilperson Urban.
Item F2, a resolution of the Village Council of El Portal, Florida, authorizing the execution of the first amended interlocal agreement with Miami-Dade County relating to the county curbside recycling program, providing for authorization and providing for an effective date. Item F2.
Okay, may I?
Go ahead, Councilperson Urban.
All right, so I just want the general public and specifically this council to be aware that the only items being recycled right now are glass, and they have announced that they are considering or they're going to start taking pizza boxes again or cardboard because of the Amazon surge from going back to the pandemic. The recycling community is now seeing enough boxes hit the market that they see a value in recycling it. I don't. Paper recycling creates massive chemical pollution, unbelievable amounts of chemical pollution. And as it stands right now, the only items being recycled is glass. The concept among the public that recycling occurs at all, which most of it does not, almost everything you put in that blue bin will end up in a dump and might be not here. There are some countries that are starting to import again. That was the other thing, because of influence from China. So understand that China in 2018 stopped importing trash from the United States, recyclables from the United States. They were never recycling it in the first place. It was simply contracts for cash flow. And so that continues today. So I just want to dispel the public myth that recycling is a thing that helps anybody. It does not. It encourages manufacturers to continue making things out of plastic. I am in favor of replacing all petroleum products with hemp. Only a complete idiot would continue making plastics at all. It's the R word. To keep making plastics is the freaking R word. So I understand that we're between a rock and a hard place, and we're going to continue recycling, and we're going to agree to this. I just want it on record that recycling is pointless, and it's enabling manufacturers to keep making cheap crap that causes cancer and puts microplastics in the tissues of your body, which you all have right now, by the way. EPA did a study 15 years ago, 30,000 samples across the United States. 100% of those samples had both plastics and solvents. So congratulations on your plastic content.
Mayor?
Yes, Attorney Gill?
Yes, I want to direct to Councilperson Urban that if the council were to see fit to name you as a liaison to Miami-Dade County to further investigate this, you could certainly engage on behalf of the village.
I would be more interested in garnering public knowledge on this. I'm not interested in a shallow grave from going up against a mafia-owned utility.
Can I ask the council person a question? Is there any way we can counteract this Amazon effect?
You educate the public and help them understand what their products are made out of, but that requires educating the public, which there seems to be almost no interest in at the time. So educating the public is always going to be the solution there.
And Mayor, one more.
Go ahead, Attorney Gill.
At the last school board meeting, I sponsored an item for the school board to work with the county on developing a curriculum for pre-kindergarten, kindergarten, first grade about recycling, and to the extent that that curriculum to actually educate our youngest students is not developed at this time, I would certainly ask if you could that perhaps you can work with us to make sure that whatever is developed is actually accurate and we're teaching these children the truth instead of lies.
I would be interested in that.
Thank you very much.
I will move to approve item F2.
I have a motion for item F2. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilperson Winters. Madam Clerk, may I have a roll call, please?
Roll call. Councilperson Winters.
Yes.
Councilperson Erban.
Yes.
Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
Motion passes 3-0.
All right, item F3, Urban, start that off also.
No, that's Winters, I'm sorry.
Oh, Winters, go ahead.
Item F3, a resolution of the Village Council of El Portal, Florida, providing for installation of speed humps and signs, providing for incorporation of styles, providing for authorization, and providing for an effective date.
So I pulled this out of the resolution because there's some issues with the speed bumps, and I actually had some support here tonight, but they've already left. But I'm just going to read what I have written down here. So traffic calming is essential to neighborhood planning, especially in communities focused on safety and livability. In the U.S., speed bumps and humps form a vertical deflection, and they're among the most common tools to slow traffic. These raised sections of pavement are intended to force drivers to reduce speed. However, extensive peer-reviewed research and field studies from multiple countries reveal that speed bumps do not reliably slow all drivers and often cause unintended harm, including damage to vehicles, delays for emergency responders, and disproportionate burdens on low-income residents. A 2002 study by Pau and Angius, Accident Analysis and Prevention, Volume 33, Issue 5, documented that many drivers slow for hump, but immediately accelerate afterward, creating stop-and-go patterns that undermine traffic calming goals. Similarly, the Federal Highway Administration's National Report Traffic Calming Traffic Calming State of the Practice by Ewing and Brown in 1999 found that aggressive drivers often reroute or compensate with faster speeds between devices. The Transportation Research Board's Special Report 282 from 2004 confirmed that each speed hump can delay emergency vehicles by 6 to 10 seconds each, potentially life-threatening over multiple humps. And from an equity standpoint, Todd Littman of the Victoria Transport Policy Institute 2004 concluded that vertical deflection devices disproportionately impact low-income drivers, especially those in older vehicles, more vulnerable to wear and tear, even when they're following the laws. This paper critically examines these findings, then presents proven alternatives, textured pavements, roundabouts, radar speed signs, backed by academic research and government analysis. For a village like El Portal, the alternatives offer a more equitable and sustainable path forward. So the speed bumps do not consistently slow aggressive drivers. Speed bumps are designed to reduce speed, but multiple studies show they don't work consistently, especially with aggressive drivers. While many drivers slow moderately to avoid damage, the most dangerous ones often accelerate immediately after crossing, creating unpredictable driving patterns. In a 2022 study published by Accident Analysis Prevention, Volume 33, Issue 5, researchers Pau and Angius observed this behavior in Cagliari, Italy. Drivers slowed for humps and then rapidly sped up, resulting in the accordion driving effect that undermined the calming effect. Then the Florida Highway FHWA Traffic Calming State of the Practice 1999 survey confirmed similar findings across U.S. cities. Aggressive drivers either compensated with higher speeds between humps or rerouted through adjacent neighborhoods, spreading the problem. Further evidence from the Institute of Transportation Engineers in 2005 showed that when bumps are spaced more than 200 feet apart, speed between them often returns to pre-calming levels. And a 2011 simulation study by Musa and Al-Hayyin at the University of Qatar found that the most aggressive 15% of drivers adjusted acceleration patterns to maintain high average speeds despite the speed bumps. These findings reveal a central flaw. The drivers' speed bumps aimed to control are the least likely to be deterred. Instead, it is safe, law-abiding drivers who slow down consistently, while speeders adapt or avoid the bumps altogether. That's the first point. Point number 2 is some vehicles experience little to no impact from speed bumps. Speed bumps don't affect all vehicles equally. In fact, modern vehicle design allow many drivers to cross them with minimal impact, particularly those with luxury suspensions or oversized tires. They create a serious equity issue. Those with high-end vehicles or trucks often ignore bumps, and drivers can absorb the damage. A 2004 Society of Automotive Engineer, SAE, technical paper found that vehicles with active or adaptive suspension reduce their vertical force of speed bumps by over 60% at legal speeds. These systems, common in luxury brands like Audi, Mercedes, and Tesla, adjust in real time to soften the bumps. The UK Transport Research Laboratory in 2017 Department of Transport study concluded that advanced suspension systems neutralized much of the discomfort and failed to encourage speed reduction. The drivers of these vehicles rarely slowed significantly. Even vehicles without advanced technology can bypass the bumps. The City of Austin 2008 study, Evaluation of Speed Cushion Performance, found that over 1/3 of trucks and SUVs with wide axles could straddle the speed bump cushions completely, maintaining speeds above the 25-mile-an-hour speed zone. The National Research Council 2006 Urban Freight Brief added that trucks and large SUVs absorb less force and vibration than sedans for limiting any deterrent effect. The result? Wealthier and better equipped drivers can ignore traffic calming devices, while everyday drivers who follow the laws will absorb the full cost and wear and discomfort. Number 3, speed bumps cause long-term damage to law-abiding drivers' vehicles. Ironically, the drivers most affected by speed bumps are the ones who follow the rules. Multiple engineering and transportation studies show that even when crossing bumps at a legal speed, vehicles experience cumulative wear, especially those that are older and lower in clearance. In a 2003 study published in the Journal of Brazilian Society of Mechanical Sciences and Engineering, Volume 25, Issue 3, researchers at the Federal University of Minas Gerais found that vehicle crossing trapezoidal humps at just 12 miles per hour experienced 15 to 20% more suspension wear over time. The mechanical strain was enough to shorten lifespan of shocks and struck significantly. In UK, the Automobile Association conducted a 2015 member survey showing that 44% of frequent hump crossers reported suspension issues within 2 years. The AA's, or Automobile Association of UK, technical term linked this directly to traffic calming structures, calling them a hidden cost for law-abiding drivers. A 2010 field research from AAA and California Office of Traffic Safety found increased repair rates, such as tire alignments and warrant control arms, in low-income zip codes where humps were densely installed. The Los Angeles Times summarized the findings as a clear sign that the cost of safe driving was being shifted onto working-class residents. Todd Littman of the Victoria Transport Policy Institute echoed this in a 2004 paper, writing, "Vertical traffic calming imposes hidden maintenance costs that fall hardest on those least able to absorb them, especially those drivers in older vehicles." In short, for number 3 here, is that speed bumps punish compliance, forcing safe drivers to absorb costs, financial and mechanical, while the worst offenders often go unaffected. Point number 4, speed bumps disproportionately harm lower-income drivers. Speed bumps are often presented as a neutral infrastructure, but their real-world effects are anything but equal. Research consistently shows that lower-income drivers suffer more damage, more discomfort, and higher long-term costs than wealthier ones. Todd Littman's 2004 report from the Victoria Transport Policy Institute found that physical traffic calming methods impose greater cost on lower-income households due to increased wear on older vehicles. Reduced mobility and declining property values, these areas often lack the potential leverage to request alternatives like roundabouts or aesthetic improvements. In the FHWA's Traffic Calming State of the Practice 1999 study, the case study from Maryland, The case study included studies from Maryland, Florida, and California, and they showed that vertical deflection devices were more heavily implemented in working-class communities, while wealthier neighborhoods often negotiated less invasive alternatives. A 2012 report by the Center for Neighborhood Technology in Chicago, The Hidden Cost of Driving on Low-Income Communities, analyzed data from 3 zip codes and found that residents in speed hump-saturated neighborhoods spent up to $400 more per year in vehicle maintenance, primarily due to suspension and tire damage. Beyond the economic burden, there's also a social one. In 2009, Journal of Urban Affairs case study from Houston documented how traffic calming devices were used to physically divide lower income and wealthier communities after direct gates were deemed discriminatory. The replacement for the direct gates were speed humps and narrow lanes that achieved the exact same exclusion through the infrastructure. The authors of the study, Dr. Susan Stallings and Dr. Mark Goetz, called this a subtle continuation of exclusionary land use, where the infrastructure is weaponized to separate people based on income and race. This example makes it clear speed humps are not always about safety, they can be a proxy for social division. In a diverse community like El Portal, where high, middle, and low-income families live just blocks apart, this kind of policy has no place. Traffic calming should unite, not divide. Point number 5. Speed bumps delay emergency response and harm the environment. One of the most serious and unintended consequences of speed bumps is that emergency services. Studies consistently show that each speed bump adds 6 to 10 seconds to a fire truck or ambulance response times. With multiple speed bumps, we're looking at a minute to minute and a half, which is life and death when you're having a heart attack. These delays can be life-threatening when multiple speed bumps are installed along a single route. The Transportation Research Board, TRB, under the National Research Council, reported a special report 282 in 2005 that vertical deflection devices constantly slowed emergency vehicles, especially fire trucks, which must reduce speed drastically to avoid equipment damage. In a real-world analysis, the Seattle Fire Department of 2004 found that 3 humps on a floor block corridor increased response time by an average of 32 seconds, enough to impact outcomes in fires, cardiac arrest, and critical emergencies. In Austin, Texas, the fire department halted installation of speed bumps in 2005 after they documented delays in up to 1.5 minutes across routes with multiple calming devices. The city's report operational concerns with traffic calming devices, emphasizing that the trade-off between marginal speed reduction and emergency response was too risky. Beyond delays, speed bumps contribute to an environmental harm. In 2006 study commissioned by the Transport for London found that roads with frequent humps produce 82% more carbon monoxide and 100% more carbon dioxide than smooth roads at the same posted speed. The cause was the constant cycle of braking and acceleration, which increased engine load and fuel consumption. Similar results came from Swedish National Road and Transport Research Institute, VTI, in 2004, which documented spikes in PM10 and PM2.5 emissions, dangerous particulates linked to asthma and heart disease, on streets with frequent vertical deflection. Even noise pollution increased. In a 2010 audit by City of Portland found average noise levels rose from 4 to 6 decibels after speed humps were installed due to engines revving and suspension impacts, especially from delivery trucks and SUVs. In short, speed bumps do more than inconvenience drivers. They disrupt emergency response, increase pollution, and lower neighborhood quality of life, even for those who drive responsibly. And my last point here, radar speed feedback signs, a safe data-backed alternative. So radar speed feedback signs, those who drive in the village have seen one, those electronic displays that show drivers how fast they're going are one of the most effective, affordable, and non-punitive traffic calming solutions available. Instead of damaging vehicles or slowing emergency services, they alert drivers in real time and encourage a voluntary compliance. A 2004 study by Texas Transportation Institute, funded by the Texas Department of Transportation, evaluated radar signs in Houston, San Antonio, and College Station. It found that average vehicle speeds dropped by 9 to 11%, and even the most aggressive drivers slowed down by up to 14% when signs were present. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, NHTSA, included radar signs in its 2012 guide, countermeasures that work, highlighting that 80% of drivers reduce their speed when confronted with a real-time display. This effect is especially strong on long, uninterrupted residential roads where drivers may unintentionally speed. In Washington State, in 2016 study by the Department of Transportation showed that radar signs reduce average speed by 3 to 7 miles per hour over a 6-month period. Without any police presence, compliance remains high and the residents reported feeling safer. Unlike speed bumps, radar signs don't damage cars, they don't delay emergency vehicles, they don't discriminate based on what kind of car you drive. They don't punish safe drivers, they simply remind people that they're going too fast. And newer models can collect data and help cities understand traffic patterns, which support smarter planning over time. They're also cost effective. According to 2022 data from radar signs, solar power radar signs with data logging features range from $2,500 to $5,000. Many cities found them through school safety grants or local traffic improvement programs. As one city engineer in Boulder, Colorado explained, speed feedback signs turn the steering wheel back over to the driver. Most people want to do the right thing. They just need a reminder. For El Portal, radar signs offer a modern, fair, and flexible option that can be moved to adjust and scale without harming people. Before I go to my conclusion here, I want to explain something very quickly. I have in front of me a research paper here by David Plummer and Associates, February 20th, 2023. This is the study that was done to find out how people were speeding in El Portal. And as I was looking through it and reading through all the numbers, for people that are actually speeding, remember, most people drive 10% of a speed limit because they usually can't get pulled over by an actual police officer. This is above that. People who are actually speeding. Out of 54,360 vehicles driving through El Portal in a week, 739 of them were speeding. That's 1.35%. That's pretty high. 1% is still high. But a lot of these are the same vehicles, but there's a problem with this 1.35%. When I actually did the research and looked up 87th Street on the exact same document, of that 739 speeders, 627 were on 87th. That means 85% of the speeders are on one street, 87th. So the 112 violators of vehicles that are actually driving through all the other streets in El Portal, 112 of them for a whole street, is 0.2% of all the cars in the street. So we're coming to this conclusion here, which is when it comes to slowing traffic in our neighborhood, we must ask, are we truly solving the problem or repeating the same ineffective approach expecting different results? As Albert Einstein said, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. We have the results from multiple communities, multiple countries around the world have experienced the exact same thing, and we have the studies to prove this. Speed bumps have been used for decades, but aggressive drivers continue to race between them. Emergency vehicles are delayed, and by the way, some of the residents that were here to support this and aren't here right now because they couldn't stay this late were explaining to me how when they had an emergency and were in an emergency vehicle that went over speed bumps, it was the most awful experience when you have to go over a bump and you're like having a problem with your body at that moment. Speed bumps have been used for decades, but aggressive drivers continue to go around them. And emergency vehicles are delayed, and residents, especially those who follow the rules, pay the price. We must also consider fairness. Benjamin Franklin once said, "It is better that 100 guilty persons should escape than one innocent person should suffer." Yet speed bumps reverse that principle, penalizing innocent drivers daily while speeders adapt and avoid the consequences. El Portal deserves traffic calming that works for everyone, rich or poor, fast or slow, emergency responders, and residents alike. The research is clear. Textured pavements, roundabouts, radar feedback signs often offer smarter, safer, and more equitable ways to protect our streets without punishing the people we serve. I, for one, would like to see cobblestone streets here. I think that's a better way to slow people down as well. But I would like to know if it's possible to open up to the public now.
Councilperson Erbaum, he has a chance to speak first.
Okay.
Yeah, so I've said over the past many years on this council that I am one of those aggressive drivers who has mastered the evasion of most speed bumps. However, discussing this item on the council over the years, I recognize that drivers in the area are used to seeing speed bumps, respond to speed bumps. I recognize that we have a critical need for speed reduction, even if it is just the 1 or 2 chronic offenders on some of the streets that are used for cut-throughs when traffic gets too thick for people to be using 87th. They switch to 86th. They come up 89th on my street. The intersection on my street is such that you can take the corner at 40 miles an hour if you want, and you can be passing in front of my house only 3 houses up the block, basically in the middle of the block, and cars are already at, can be at 40, 45 miles an hour already simply by the street design. So it's been established that we have a need here in El Portal specifically for these speed bumps. I've talked at length with the manager about design and things like this, and to be perfectly honest, I am an aggressive driver whose behavior has changed because of speed bumps. I take the shortcuts through Miami Shores. I don't go all the way to the lights. My theory on shortcuts is not to gain time or to go faster. It's actually just to reduce stress. I'm not following cars anymore. I'm not staring at a bumper. So I don't mind cruising through Miami Shores at 18 miles an hour. Those speed bumps that they have are wide ones. You can take them at 20 miles an hour. It's not too big a deal. If you put your left tire on first, followed by your right tire just a few inches later, just at a slight angle, even better. And so, so while I actually agree with much of the information that Councilperson Winters just presented, and I certainly am someone who is, as a rule, against speed bumps as not being effective, our choices are limited. We have a need, and we've had extensive design conversations. So I am in favor of this particular resolution, as opposed to saying I'm in favor of speed bumps as a general rule.
Thank you very much, Councilperson Urban. Before I open it up to the audience, I would just like to say the speed bumps that we're getting are different from Miami Shores. Miami Shores has much lower speed bumps. If you want to experience the type of speed bumps we're getting, there's one already on 86th Street. Go drive over it. It's 86th Street west of Northeast 2nd Avenue. Go drive over it, see how it feels. The audience, come up and say your name and address for the record about speed bumps.
Alexia Fernandez, 374 Northeast 85th Street. I just want to say I'm in full support of every single thing you said, Charlie. Thank you so much. I'm so glad I stayed. I do not want speed bumps for all of the reasons that you said, and also because it's going to take away from the magic that it is El Portal. I think that cheapens the neighborhood, and I think that the other solutions that you mentioned are great.
Thank you.
Anyone else, public comment?
Maribel Fruitstone. I used to live at 157 Northwest 88th Street, where I was affected by the speeders of the school. So I am in favor of that, or traffic calming, like a rotunda or something in that neighborhood, because I've walked with my daughter when she was growing up and riding her little bicycle, and we've almost been run down by these drivers like Mr. Councilperson Urban. So, I mean, I don't think it should be throughout the entire area, but the traffic study it's 87th Street, but also by the school. Those are, I think, the biggest ones that are traversed. So I'm glad that this is happening. It's come up several times throughout my time in El Portal, and I've always been in favor of it, or some way of ensuring the safety of the children and people that walk their dogs. I mean, even if you don't have kids, it's just not safe.
Thank you very much. Anyone else, speed bumps?
George Alvarez, 165 Northwest 88th Street. Maribel was my neighbor until I started experimenting in atonal jazz forms loudly in the middle of the night. Everything that Councilperson Winters said made a heck of a lot of sense to me. And I was a little surprised to read just how expensive speed bumps are, frankly. I'd be a little dismayed, however, about its data collection, and without sounding like the guy who writes on his wall in the middle of the night, like Beautiful Mind or whatever, I would be concerned about what advantage might lie in those sort of capabilities versus what I think, potentially could be like a breach of rights or jeopardy. But Councilperson Urban made a lot of sense as well. Let me put this question out there. Irrespective of what studies have been done, I find it really difficult to think that 87th Street has so much speeding on it, especially on the east side, because of the surfaces in the intersections. And I'm like a Pavlovian dog. If I come back from there, I'm assuming I've got eggs from Publix every time I just slow down instinctively. But has there been further studies on the implications as well as the financing for the radar signs? Because if really what we're looking at is speed bumps in a couple key places that are just the known cut-throughs, I don't think that's so bad. So I'd love to hear more about the data collection, the costs, and the environmental impact. And I thank you guys for both bringing that information. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Anybody else speed bumps?
Mike Parker, 8565 Northeast 4th Ave Road. Sorry, it's a long night, so I won't keep you guys. But my only point that probably hadn't been discussed is I know I'm a big offender on the cut through to Miami Shores over to Publix. And I feel bad for the guy who lives at the speed bump because everybody slows down and then guns it. So you see him working on his Volkswagen Bug, and I just feel bad. Like, first he hears the tires hit, then he's going to hear the car speed up.
It's an effective speed bump, but you can clear it at 40 miles an hour without having to slow down.
So I would just, I think I would lean more towards the signs where possible, or limit where the speed bumps are, because whoever's house they're going to be in front of, they may not appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Anybody else speed bumps? All right, hearing, seeing none. Madam Manager, when we picked up the areas for the speed bumps, did we include any of Sherwood Forest yet?
No.
No.
These.
No, we haven't included any of Sherwood Forest yet, have we?
No, we haven't.
Not at all. Everywhere we're putting the speed bumps, Madam Manager, all the residents in that area have been begging for speed bumps for years.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much, Madam Manager. I appreciate that. Do I have a motion to approve?
We have some more comments up here.
Go ahead.
Go. I saw you, Mr. Green.
Oh, no, I was just going to say I've spoken to the manager over the years because she actually has one of those low, wide speed bumps right in front of her house. And so I've asked her about this over the years. And so, the reason I support this, or will support this, is simply because we've had this discussion for many years here in the village. We are at a point now where we need this is an option that's going to have a solution for us. So is it an idealized option? It may not be, but we have tried many, many things. We spent a ton of money on the studies, and so we've come a long way, but there's still just it's hot spots. So it's rush hour, it's cut throughs, it's late night. So that's really what we're talking about. So the mitigation strategies we've employed have actually been incredibly effective. Not the least of which is the intense activity on 2nd Avenue with the police and radar guns, right? So we've come a long way. We still have hot spots, and this is a solution. So just wanted to say that.
Yeah, you guys feel free to go over to the west of Northeast 2nd Avenue. Speak to anybody on 86th Street between Northeast 2nd Avenue and North Miami Avenue. and ask them how much they love that speed bump there and how often they're waiting for their second speed bump. I could pull up emails right now.
West 2nd Avenue, West 3rd Avenue, and 86th Street.
Oh,
have been screaming at us to put speed bumps
and
in.
North Miami Avenue, West North Miami Avenue on 86th Street, that long 86th Street, they gun it every single day. Somebody who's not getting speed bumps because it's a through street, but they're very upset. 91st Street, because we share it with Miami Shores. North Miami Avenue, West 91st Street, they drag race. Madam Manager, drag race every weekend. They can't even have them because they're through street, 91st Street, and we share with Miami Shores. So go talk to them, and they'll tell you about the speed bumps and how much they want them. And like I said, no speed bumps. We haven't put any speed bumps even considered for Sherwood Forest, have we?
No,
all right.
not
Thank
at
you.
all.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
So,
anybody else from the council?
Yes. As Councilperson Urban said earlier about recycling, education is key, and educating our neighbors is key as well. And I understand that we've had a lot of requests for speed bumps, but from what I understand, Mr. Mayor, do we have a speed bump already installed on 86th Street?
I said that.
Okay, just confirm, that's all. So we're basically putting another one on there because the first one didn't do its job.
That's not
So-
true.
Well, are you sure? Why would we need a second one then if the first one did its job?
That's not true because the first one's there and it's on the straightaway. 86th Street curves, and therefore the individuals, as they're going around the curve, is blind. And when they're going around the curve, they want a speed bump there to slow them down because kids and stuff are playing on the curb, and a lot of animals have been killed. So that's the only reason why they need the second one there. But like I said, you can, Councilperson Winters, and anybody else, go speak to the individuals on 86th Street between Northeast 2nd Avenue and North Miami Avenue and ask them about it.
So I would like to then amend the motion today for that passing the speed bumps, because I would like to actually see results before we start installing them everywhere. Can we motion just to install those speed bumps on the 86th Street and see how it happens over the next month? And then over the next month, if we see a deterrent, then we can vote next month to do the rest of them?
You can make whatever motion you want.
It's
You
not
have to,
technically an amendment,
Yeah.
Councilperson, because there's not a motion.
There's not a motion.
Okay, well,
Mr. Mayor.
You can make a motion, but it would need a second.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilperson.
Question.
Yep.
Development fees from development in the village, are those able to be applied to?
Absolutely.
Yep.
Can we use those for roundabouts, which definitely deter
Roundabout
people?
costs $500,000, so.
They
Roundabouts
definitely
cost
deter
more than
people.
$500,000. Madam Manager, the
Won't get us-
roundabout that we're putting on the west side, 800, where are we at?
Almost at 800,000.
Thank you very much.
It's beautiful, though. All right, so I'd like to motion that we, where's it at?
I made a suggestion to 7X our ability to put in traffic calming
So,
devices.
no, F3, to amend it, that we only install speed bumps on 86th Street, give it 1 month, and bring this back before the council in a month to see if speed was actually reduced. And then if it was reduced, we can bring it up again and vote for the rest of the sections of the village.
I disagree with that motion, but we'll see if Councilperson Urban gives you a second. Second going once. Second going twice. Second going 3 times. Motion fails for lack of a second. Do I have another motion to approve Resolution F3?
I move to approve F3 as stated.
Do I have a second? Motion. I know I can. Motion going once. Motion going twice. I'll second that motion. Madam Clerk, may I please have a roll call?
Roll call, Councilperson Winters.
No.
Councilperson Urban.
Yes.
Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
Motion passes 2-1.
Thank you very much. Moving on to agenda item H1. This is about the protection of historical sites. Shout out to Mr. Lima. I see you back there. This is about the Native American burial mound, and unfortunately, we've had a lot of cars parking on the Native American burial mound. Councilperson Winters, you want to speak on that also?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So tonight we're bringing forth a topic of great importance to me. the preservation and protection of two of El Portal's most significant historical and archaeological sites, both located in Sherwood Forest area. The first is the Indian Habitat Mound, situated along 85th Street, and the second is the triangular green space just after the split where 86th Street forks in 85th and 86th Street. Both of these areas are remnants of the presence of Tequesa Indians and indigenous people whose history predates our village and even our nation. These sites were rightfully designated as protected historical or archaeological landmarks due to their cultural significance. However, despite their protected status, or perhaps because of the restrictions that accompany that status, these areas have become neglected. Because we are no longer allowed to plant grass or other vegetation on these sites due to preservation rules, they have effectively turned into mud fields and dirt patches. South Florida is not a natural grassland, it's a drained swamp environment. Without human intervention, grass does not grow naturally in these compacted and shaded soils. What once stood as a small hill or green mound now resembles a deteriorating dirt pile, eroding slowly from the lack of care. In particular, the Indian Mound is suffering greatly due to illegal parking. There is only one no parking sign because the archaeological designation, we are not allowed to place a second sign. This week alone, I personally witnessed 9 vehicles and even a tractor trailer park on the mound. That kind of traffic crushes what remains of the soil structure and prevents any hope of natural regrowth. Additionally, the sprinkler system on the mound has been inoperable for years. I inspected it myself and found that the control unit was waterlogged and the batteries had expired years ago. The good news is that it's a simple repair. The infrastructure already exists. We were able to bypass it and get the sprinklers to turn on, and this means that everything works. So we don't have to dig up anything we're not allowed to dig up. We don't have to install something new, except for replacing a little control unit that's inside of a box. So we can replace a unit without any digging, trenching, or disrupting the mound itself. I propose that we take the following immediate actions. 1, I want to instruct the village manager to repair the sprinkler control unit using the existing setup to restore watering the mound. Number 2, I want to request an exemption or reinterpretation of the restrictions that prevent us from installation of additional signage to prevent further vehicular damage. This also could be another way to show signage so that people will know not to park on the mound without having to disrupt the mound itself. And this will be part of our discussing points. 3, begin exploring the creation of a protective curb or a low wrapping wall full of rocks or a natural barrier around the mound to clearly define the protective boundary. 4, engage with the State Historical Preservation Office or local archaeologists to ensure actions remain in compliance while still allowing us to provide basic maintenance and protection. This is our opportunity to show that preservation is not about designation, but about stewardship. These sites are part of El Portal's unique identity and deserve to be treated with care, respect, and practical attention. Now, the manager and I spoke this week because she originally did ask the lawnmowers to stop coming, and then they came on their own, and she gave them her mind, and now they're not going to come anymore for at least 3 months. 3 months. So this is another thing that I'd like to hear from the audience here, because I feel that we need to let that grass grow a little longer than 3 months to come back. So I think we have to leave it to the council before we have people, our audience talk first. Is that right, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, we'll open up to the council first.
I'm good.
All right, hearing none, open up to the audience. Come say your name and address for the record.
Colin Brown, 374 Northeast 85th Street. Charlie, big thank you. Really appreciate it. I personally have felt like the mound has been neglected. Mayor, I've tried to talk to you over the years. I actually put together a presentation for the Sustainability Task Force in 2023 to try to talk about some of these options that you just mentioned. And I was told that there was a report. Whether that report exists is irrelevant, but like, what is the status of the mound in El Portal? Like, what are the documents that I was told that there's some sort of process that is specific to the mound as it relates to El Portal. I'm very aware that there's a county archaeologist, that there's a historic preservation component to the county. But how do those two components work together? That's something that I haven't received clarity on from the mayor. Ms. Alou, we exchanged an email recently that I have not gotten back to you on, but I just want to make what I'm asking clear. Like, what are the documents that state how the mound is handled if somebody, say, wants to donate $10,000 and have a sign about the Tequesta and, how they lived in the area? Part of the problem why people park on the mound is that they just don't know. There's no malintent, and we're told as citizens that we should go and convince these people to not park there. And me personally, a lot of those conversations go fine. Some of them don't go so great. There's been some conflict in the area when neighbors call the police on another neighbor. And so for me, there's a longer term strategy. Charlie, you mentioned the lower curb to keep people parking on it. Perhaps there's another idea. I think other ideas would be great. Be curious to hear them. There's also signage that the mound could use. I don't think it needs a bunch of, the don't poop dog signs. I really hope we don't go that direction. I think that there's a signage that we can have that talks about the Tequesta, that talks about how the mound dates back to 200 AD. And I would have hoped that this was a discussion with the Cavista, with the $1.1 million that went towards the Cavista. Cavista is a Tequesta word, and it's not illegal for the Barrington brothers to use the word Cavista, but it would have been really nice if in like 2022, 2023, there was just some feedback from the mound residents who are there to safeguard the mound and to take care of the mound, and to be like, yeah, maybe the Barrington brothers would want to give $5,000 or $10,000 on behalf of the mound. And that's something that we as a village need to create the platform for. And that's something that I have been unable to do. And I'm just looking for direction on that. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else for the mound?
Edward Odabash, 400 Northeast 87th Street. So I just wanted to advocate for a barrier or some sort of a curb that could go around it, and I think it could be done inexpensively and effectively with oolite stone. It's literally underneath everything over here. You bring an excavator through, and it's just going to pull up chunks and bits of it. It's not expensive to obtain and use, and I've seen it used very effectively in El Portal as a barrier to keep cars from driving over lawns, and they hold up. They withstand, and you can't park on top of them. So, but they're also soft enough that they will break over time because they're limestone, old coral, and with rain and with pressure, that sort of thing can happen. But they last, and they look good, and they blend in with the neighborhood seamlessly. So, my 2 cents, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else from the audience?
Hello, Thomas Pulliam, 205 Northeast 86th Street. Definitely 100% for preserving the Indian Mound, all that stuff. My bigger question is, it's so close to our police department, which is the majority of our budget that we're paying for. Where's the enforcement? Why are they not driving around? They see a car parked there. Where's the ticket? Where's the towing? This is a constant, urgent issue. I don't see the police chief here tonight. They're usually not here at the meetings. I don't know if this is something that's going to be in the manager's report. I would like to know about the policing in regards to this. But that's my biggest concern. That's something we're already paying for. Why are we exploring additional cost burdens when we already have a police force, what is it, a couple 100 feet away from the Indian Mound with paid for new cars? to drive around in our half a mile of a municipality. Just want to put that out there and would like the follow-up on the policing situation, please.
Thank you, Tom. Can I say this?
Wait.
Okay.
Anyone else for,
Colin Brown, 374 Northeast 85th Street. I just wanted to follow up on Eddie's comments about the material specs for the curb. You know, could be also a keystone curb, but definitely, you know, I reviewed plans that were presented by a landscape architect who had done some specifications for the mound, and he had spec'd concrete planters up on top of the mound. And I thought that was the way wrong direction to go. Any materials should be indigenous. Any sort of work should be low profile. This is about keeping the mound, and also protecting it as much as we can. So I'm happy to help out with those material specifications and use precedent and details from projects that I've worked on in the past in service to El Portal and the Tequesta. Thank you.
thank you. Anybody else from the audience? Okay, seeing none, back to the council. Councilperson Winters, you want to say something?
Thank you guys for coming up and speaking. Two things I heard, I just want to say, so putting something around a barrier. I told you this week a tractor trailer drove up on it. There are these, we call them turtles, but they're actually just concrete half circles on that side of the mound, spaced every 5-10 feet apart. He just drove right over them like they didn't exist. And then he drove up the mountain. So my fear of putting any kind of barrier there is it won't actually let them know they're not supposed to park there. So what Tom brought about the police, every single time this last week that someone parked there, the police were notified, and we walked over to them and we said, the police have been notified because you're not supposed to park here. They said, oh, sorry, we're gonna leave right away, and they did leave. This being said, we want to stop it preventative, not after the fact. We want to make sure we can stop them from learning. Like we need them to know this is not a place to park. And most people seem very respectful once we tell them what it is, and they drive off of it. But we can't just have the police coming out every single time instead of people actually learning, hey, there's a sign that says no parking here. Usually that works.
Thank you very much. Councilperson Urban?
We should exhaust all blood, sweat, and tears to make sure we preserve that to the utmost ability.
So we have action items of fixing the sprinkler system. We have, Madam Manager, you wanted to say something, correct? I forgot.
Yes, I did. This was some years ago when we first received funds for the Cavista development agreement. The $1 million became $800,000, or a little bit over $800,000, after some items were removed from those funds to assist us with policing. I met at length with Miami-Dade County Parks Department, with landscape architects from Miami-Dade County. I met with the archaeologist. And that's how we became good friends, Jeff Ransom and I, over this whole process of going to each park and assessing it, determining what can be done, what should be done. We work with our engineers at Craig A. Smith to kind of lead the project, because they also have the landscape architect that was helpful. Plans were made and the items were selected. Mr. Ransom, the archaeologist, also gave a lot of insight as to what we could do. We discussed borders and barriers and what have you. It became cost-prohibitive. It was more than the $800,000 that we received from Cavista. So we did not move forward on that because we couldn't afford it. We also have the Triangle Park that also needs renovation and is in bad condition. So we're just we then chose to put the funding towards the Tot Lot and the Nature Trail. We can afford to do those changes. And mind you, those changes are not as big as reconfiguring the whole park. We're just replacing the existing items within it. And even that is taking up a lot of those Parks Fund. So that's where we're at. Understand, we did discuss oolite stones, and we did discuss all of those things. If we could afford that, of course, I agree, we need to pursue it. There were requirements that we would have to do to preserve the mound, to build it back up, to build it up to a level that it should be, and also how to retain it. So I'm more than happy to share the landscaping plans. There's no archaeological study. This was a plan that went out to RFP. You know, we wanted to get a cost from a contractor to do these renovations for the parks, and we only got one respondent to the RFP after 2 rounds of putting it out. We're small, so most people don't want to do these little jobs. But the one that we were able to get, we couldn't afford. So we redirected and put it on hold until we can find some other funding. So I just wanted you to know that we're all in agreement with those, you know, with caring for our treasured parks, those 2 parks. But we're at a point now where we just can't afford to make those repairs. And me and Mr. Winters did talk, or Mr. Winters and I talked last week. I did order the extra no parking sign to be placed within another swale in that area, so that, because we discussed an east, like it should be something that's facing west or east or something that wasn't covered. So we will try to erect another sign that has already been ordered, just like the replacement sign from Sherwood Forest. I believe mistakenly one of the speed limit signs that was for 20 miles an hour was replaced when we did the whole village-wide speed limit sign replacement. It was increased to 25, and so sometimes engineers don't get the story. They don't get it, like, oh, we've got to do a whole study. No, just put the sign back. So both signs have been ordered already, so we'll be getting those installed soon.
I love that you order the no parking sign. I don't know which swale would allow people to see these. It really needs to be at the mound, but we're not allowed to go into the mound. So where exactly would it?
I'm sorry,
know either.
Mayor, we've reached the 11 o'clock marking. You
Yeah,
need to
we have.
motion and a second to continue the meeting.
We haven't been, this is the first time we've been here in my whole mayoralship. Never been to 11 o'clock. Per the charter, once we get to 11 o'clock, we have to do a vote to continue the meeting, to go past 11 o'clock legally. Do I have a motion to continue the meeting?
So moved.
Do I have a second? Madam Clerk, maybe there's a roll call on that motion.
Roll call. Councilperson Winters.
Yes.
Councilperson Erbaum.
Yes.
Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Keep going.
Colin Brown, 374 Northeast 85th Street. I'll make this quick. So, Ms. Alou, I thank you for everything you just said. I would just love to have some documentation over some of the things that you just said as to what has happened in the past and what led you to make the decisions that you made. I think that there was, at least on my end, in terms of meeting with Jeff Ransom and trying to have a conversation about the mound, my whole motive was to try to understand how we could do some of the things that Charlie has brought up today, which is, perhaps preventative measures for the mound. But that meeting with Jeff Ransom, that was never discussed with anybody prior to that meeting, even though I had put together some documents to try to have that conversation. My point is that you have been in a process and you have made decisions, and I would be curious to understand in an email what material you gathered from the archaeologist, what decisions were made, and what that means in terms of our next steps, because at the mound we are considered the caretakers, the stewards of the mound, and I think that we should all have that information, and I think that if Jeff Ransom comes again, we should be prepared to engage him in that capacity, and people should understand what he was talking about with you and with the mayor prior to him coming and talking to everybody at the mound. So I just want to let you know where I'm coming from in my emails, and I wanted to be clear about that. Thank you.
And I'd like to respond to that. I personally walked with Jeff Ransom to distribute, this was some years ago, maybe you weren't at home or you weren't there, but we went door to door. We met with members of the community there
Huh.
at the space. That's where that document was created. This is double-sided. This says what you can and cannot do at the mound, and we asked people to be stewards. We talked about it at council meeting, and back then, Louis Perella was the chair of Public Works. He was also a part of those meetings. We had a parks renovation meeting for the entire public. Jeff Ransom was here for that. So there's not a document. I mean, it's just a series of meetings and discussions and those kinds of things. I can provide you the RFP that we put out regarding what we were requesting.
Didn't you just say that there was a document that says the do's and the don'ts at the
Yes,
mound?
yes.
So just any of those things,
Yeah,
just so,
that we can give right now. That's right here in our lobby. We give that out, and I know that the mayor, that's been a part of the mayor's like distribution package at times.
Okay,
We'll give you
and
that.
I might have missed something, and
You may, yeah, it just may, or maybe it didn't stand out to you, but we can give you that right now.
okay, yep, all the information that's been exchanged over the past 5 years would be great. Okay. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Anybody else from the audience? All right. So some of these things we don't really have to vote on if there's an agreement. So about the sprinkler system, Madam Manager, are we looking to get that fixed and repaired?
Yeah, I didn't know. See, again, if you don't let us know, we don't know. And I didn't know the sprinklers weren't working, but I can certainly alert the Public Works coordinator to coordinate with the.
You were never told about this before this meeting?
Not about
sprinkler
sprinklers not
system?
working. We've had them repaired before. We've had
I would
them
advise
repaired.
members of the council before you bring to the council, that could be taken care of quite easily by simply telling the manager. What's the next action item?
Well, I have, two other action items on this.
Yeah.
The one is going to be a motion to find out what it takes to get the permits and vote to get the permits to actually do the, I guess it was some kind of wall, some kind of curb, some kind of thing, because the archaeologist said we need to get the permit, but we're not entirely sure where that's supposed to go to.
So the permitting process, to see how that works. But what-
Specifically for an archaeological site.
Yeah. So we need to look into the permitting process to see what our options are for the mound, for that purpose, right?
All right. And so I don't need to make any motion for that one.
If Manager Liu agrees that she'll look into the process.
It's a permit that it's on the county website if you want to do construction, just like you have that permit in anyone in Sherwood Forest in the archaeological zone must apply for a permit through Miami-Dade County to do any construction.
So can we start the process?
We don't, again, we'd have to identify funding to do renovations and to do construction, so we could do.
The archaeologist stated that if you just want to place a rock on the mound, you need a permit. His words, not mine.
I don't recall that, but if you
Okay.
could get him to send me something, we can pursue it through finding a contractor or doing RFPs to get prices.
So the last one for the motion would be, the 3-month is not long enough to let the grass grow back on the mound. I want to make a motion that we, after the sprinkler system's fixed, allow for 6 months and then come and revisit back at the council to see if it actually made a difference. Was that a motion, or did I just say?
We'll decide
Right.
if we need a motion or not.
Do I need a motion for that then?
We'll decide if we need a motion or not, Madam Manager. What do you think about the sprinkler system? I mean, what do you think about
The grass?
letting the grass grow?
I don't have a problem asking them to not do, that's fine with me.
Is 6 months good?
I don't live there, so you guys see how it grows and you know.
Do you have a problem, Madam Manager?
No,
with
I don't have a
6
problem.
months?
Oh, you all have a problem? Wait, oh, you have your hands up. Oh, okay. Okay.
All right, so
Thank
you
you.
don't have a problem with?
Mayor, you voted to extend, but when you do, you have to say how long you're extending. Can't just
Well, we
be
don't know
like
how long
till
we're
the next
extending.
day. Pardon?
We don't know how long we're extending.
No, but you have to pick a time that you extend. It can't be
Back
open-ended.
under
And
the
then
pr-
if you have to extend again, you can do that, but part of the motion to extend has to be how long.
We can do that, but for over a decade, under the previous administration, we never set a time when we extended.
Well,
Night after night.
that may have been so, but
We're done
that's
with
the
the
proper way
actions
to
on
do
that
it.
one, though.
Every meeting.
We're done with the actions on that. We can go on to the next agenda item.
And Mayor, my statement at the end of the meeting is only going to be about.
No problem, no
It'll be
problem.
less. It'll be less than 5 minutes, and there's no discussion.
Councilperson Irvine, you have all the time you need, my brother. Next, let's talk about street signage as a whole, and in particular, we'll talk about speed signage. But we're talking about signage as a whole with signs that are possibly needed throughout the village. But let's start off with speed signage. Councilperson Winters.
Thank you so much again. I'll try to be quick. I'm actually having to drive to Orlando at midnight tonight to get there at 4 o'clock in the morning, so I'm feeling it too, guys. So as Manager Alou mentioned earlier, she ordered another sign, which is good news. There's a problem with the speed limit signage on 85th and 86th Street. The streets in Sherwood Forest, I have some images here, which I'm sorry I did not give to you, but they basically just show a 20-mile-an-hour sign going in one direction and a 25-mile-an-hour sign going in the opposite direction on the exact same street. So the image I have here, which you can all see later, or you can walk out there and just see it, they clearly show that there's a different traffic pattern east to west and west to east. The discrepancy actually stems from the traffic study that I mentioned earlier today. It led to us receiving a village-wide 25-mile-an-hour limit increase. Notably, the study did not include data from 85th or 86th Street in Sherwood Forest, roads that have historically been maintained at a 20-mile-per-hour limit, that some of our residents have said for the last 40 to 60 years, they always remember it being 20 miles an hour. Whether it's legal now, it might have been legal back then because laws do change. So Placerbia changed this, and their speed limit reduction actually created speed limit increase in Sherwood Forest. So when they attempted to do this speed limit lowering, given that these roads are only 1.5 cars wide, this oversight has actually resulted in conflicting signals for drivers and has potentially compromised the road safety. Moreover, many residents have expressed a presence for even lower speed limits, such as 15 and 10 miles per hour, to better reflect their roadway conditions, which is why we talked a little bit earlier that many of the Sherwood Forest residents would like to have cobblestone that would automatically slow everyone down because it's very uncomfortable to drive no matter what kind of car you drive on. So what I'd like to urge the council to address immediately is, reassessing either the traffic study or fixing this speed limit right out. And if we can't fix the speed limit from 25 down to 20 right away because of Department of Motor Transportation or something, maybe we can get some Bob's barricades, throw some signs on there, and at least make it lowered until we get it figured out. Because right now we have a walking street with cars flying down it. And when I say flying, they're flying at 25 miles per hour, which is the speed limit, but it's perceived as extremely fast. So should I make a motion to
open it up? The council has to speak first, and we have to open it up to the
Is this not the direct issue that I believe the manager addressed a minute ago, where she's already ordered the sign and that it will be replaced, and soon enough we'll have both of those at 20 miles an hour? Is that the same street?
It will be 20, not 25, right?
Correct.
Okay.
We are, again, you and I discussed this, and actually this was brought to my attention through an email from Werner Dreyer back in December. I asked our Public Works Director and Public Works Coordinator to, look into the sign, fix it. And so, again, going back to being engineers, and they wanted to do a whole study and find out why that area was 20 miles an hour when we just did an interlocal agreement for 25, for lowering. So they've gone back and forth with the county. It's taken a few months, and I'm saying just replace the sign. But they've ordered the sign finally, but that's what's been the delay. It would have been done if we had just eliminated all of the intellect behind trying to figure out the history of why it was 20 and just replaced it. But we have ordered the sign. It will be replaced. Yet we do not have any interlocal agreement. We don't know where the 20 came from, but we're not going to look a gift horse in the mouth.
Okay, wonderful.
So, Madam Manager, you were already told about this? Yes. And you were already, but you were already working on it?
Yes.
Or you found out tonight for the first time?
No. I've already been working on that. I ordered it the day we discussed it.
I would advise council members, if things are already being worked on, it just extends the meeting.
There's actually another sign I didn't speak about yet. I was just
Okay,
waiting.
no problem. To bring it to council, just kind of keep that in mind. Anybody from the audience about the signs as a whole, speed signs, or just signage as a whole?
My name is Werner Dreyer, 486 Northeast 87th Street. So yeah, definitely. Thank you, Madam Manager, for taking a look at that and replacing from 25 to 20 miles per hour. I think you, Councilperson Winters, you were copied in that as well back in December. One small request I did ask as well, it's in the email as well, just perhaps looking into moving that sign maybe a little bit further closer to the rotunda. I know there was some feedback you were going to consult with the engineer. This sign was just recently placed on the on that area about maybe 2 months ago. So I would definitely deeply appreciate that, as there's a lot of foot traffic in front of the tot lot, and I've had some shrubs already growing there for some time, and some engineer, I guess, or somebody just suddenly from one day to the other, that sign was placed. So I thank you for looking into that.
Yes, and thank you for reminding me of that part, so we will
Awesome.
definitely try to get it closer to the rotunda.
And
Thank
I
you.
can make myself available in case the engineer has any questions. I have some ideas as well, maybe where we can relocate that traffic sign. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilperson Dreyer. Appreciate it. Anybody else from the audience about signage? Seeing none. All right, so we have the first set. Councilperson Winters, what else? What other signage?
So there was one other sign. It's outside of Sherwood Forest. If you're driving west, I think it's on 86th Street. You hit a 30-mile-an-hour sign, and about 2 to 3 feet later, 2 to 3 feet, there's a 25-mile-an-hour sign. It's a little odd because there's no way you can actually do that. So I'd like that looked at. I'm not sure if we have to make a motion for it or not.
May I address that? We can look at it. It may be, and I'll also know that on Northeast Second, those are county. We weren't able to reduce that speed limit. So if it's 30, it's 30. But let me look at it.
It's east to west, so it's on a parallel road, east to west, not north to south.
Well, let's look at it, and then we can maybe have the traffic engineer come back and take a look when he's looking at this too.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much for that. Any other item, Councilperson Winters?
So I'm going to abstain from making a motion tonight, but if the actual sign, I guess, isn't fixed next month I wanted to make a motion to get a temporary sign just because we need to slow down the traffic for the people walking in that residence.
So next month, when we get ready for the council meeting, reach out to the clerk. She'll send it to me, and I'll set the agenda. Okay.
Thank you so much.
No problem. Thank you very much. Any one else about signage before we close that out from the audience? Hearing, seeing none. Moving right on. Madam Manager, just quickly touching your report, please.
Thank you, Mayor Nickerson. I have a very robust village manager's report for the month of March, but I'm not going to put this group through that tonight. We've been through a lot. I just want to remind everyone that bulk pickup is quarterly, and it's scheduled for April 29th, April 30th, and May 1st. And be on the watch that FPL will be doing their annual utility planned tree maintenance in the village, and their contractor is Lewis Tree Service. Of course, El Portel will be doing our annual clipping, but that will be closer to June. That concludes. Oh, if you have any questions or concerns, please do reference the village manager's report on the village website, and you're free to reach out to me directly if you have any questions. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Manager Lou, I just wanted to just remind you that there's been multiple residents around the mound that have expressed interest in trying to make it so the FPL guys don't come in and hack back those pre-colonial live oaks as if, they're not pre-colonial live oaks, I guess is the only way I can say it. So I know Scott's brought it up. I feel very passionate about it, and it's something I'd be happy to volunteer my time for the betterment of the canopy.
Please do. You are a customer of FPL just like the village. I'm not in any special position more so than you are to tell them. I'm going to tell them I asked you to do the same, and thank you for being a steward of that to make sure that happens. We appreciate it.
Perfect. I'll send a follow-up email to you. Thank you.
All right, you guys see my report there?
Just a heads up, Lewis Tree Service will be extremely dismissive of that request. They are unbelievably dismissive of residents' concerns. Lewis.
Thank you very much, Councilperson Urban. You guys see my report there? Any questions? Everybody has my information. Attorney Geller? No report. Good and welfare, anybody can come and talk about anything at all?
Yes, I have a statement.
Councilperson Urban.
As the evening's gone on, I've considered delaying the statement to next month, but the truth is I really can't wait on this. So this statement that I'm about to make is directed specifically towards white Americans, more specifically towards white males. Here we go. I sit before you a product of American culture. I was born and raised in the Midwest as a private schooled, educated white male. Unlike most of my peers in private Catholic school, I had experience living in a neighborhood that had a black population in the Southern Third. Other experiences I had that my peers did not included meeting kids from 14 different countries when I was 10 years old. I spent 45 days immersed in a summer camp with kids from all over the world. These experiences did not fully prevent me from entertaining racist ideology and going along with cultural stereotypes and biases that spanned every non-white culture that exists, including some white cultures. This is why I know that Elon Musk did a perfect Sig Heil salute while standing in front of the seal of the President of the United States. This is why I know our institutions are racist and misogynistic. This is why I know we are experiencing a coup right now, and that it's not just some jerk that I don't agree with. I learned how to joke about murdering black men before I went to that summer camp at age 10. I would become Nazi curious with my friends in high school, and that lasted for almost one full year before a leader in our group of friends led us out of these interests, and shortly after that, I began a lifelong journey of learning about the history of my own family. We were not Americans until the 20th century, and the land I was living on, meaning I learned about Western expansion and the horrors of manifest destiny policy that justified actions such as the Sand Creek Massacre, the smallpox blankets, and the multiple trails of tears, as well as the desecration of a sacred site in South Dakota, as well as the use of black soldiers as shields for white soldiers. This nation is absolutely founded on white supremacy, and this legacy cannot carry us into the future. As a white man, I have done the work to understand my coworkers and neighbors and to shed the pathetic and sad patterns of dismissive bigotry and misogyny. Anyone who wants to pretend that the President of the United States is anything other than a con artist, grifter, rapist, and fraudster is welcome to that delusion. But it is important that residents of El Portal understand that our current president and his advisors and his cabinet are all actively working to dismantle our government to the alarm of our allies and the glee of our enemies. Trump derangement syndrome is not the mental illness of the left. It is the willful ignorance of the right. I am not a Democratic voter. I have never been a registered Democrat. I have been a registered Republican in Kansas, and I've only ever been registered as a no-party affiliation in Florida for 24 years. I was raised in the culture of Rush Limbaugh, Bill O'Reilly, and other right-leaning gurus of the 1980s. My mother preached Catholic conspiracy to me starting from my earliest ages, and she would eventually join the world's largest evangelical church called the Worldwide Church of God. I grew up going to 3- and 4-hour Bible studies and making trips to a megachurch in Tulsa, Oklahoma. I say this to prevent any would-be or wannabe brave souls who think they're going to lecture me on the tenets of Christianity. The current administrative structure is the Ku Klux Klan's wet dream. It poses direct and lethal threats to all U.S. citizens under the guise of cultural purity. They will allow non-whites to participate only as long as they don't get uppity and get on board with acting white. I'm not going to sit here and be quiet when I know people personally who have posted things in social media alluding to the execution of transgendered persons as well as undocumented citizens. We have already seen this administration shoot first and ask questions later through the detainment of Native Americans, American citizens, and we have seen at least one young man who was a hairdresser be identified as an innocent immigrant who had zero connection to criminal activity and wound up in a Central American prison that the U.S. taxpayers are paying for, where there are notorious atrocities being committed and taking place. Sit on your thumbs if you want, but I advise all residents of El Portal to be aware that any of your neighbors supporting this administration are the same neighbors most likely to turn your life to a bitter heap of ash in hell itself. As a reformed white supremacist who has heard every possible rendition of why whites are superior, I now believe in the concept of white mediocrity, whereby excluding as many groups of people as possible, including all women, is the method by which white males seek to prove they are superior. Exclusion of competition does not get you supremacy. It's in fact quite the opposite that is true. Aside from the white supremacist coup which is taking place in Washington, D.C., I further identify Governor Ron DeSantis as inept and ill-equipped to deal with this crisis. I encourage the Council of El Portal to send a unified message to the governor to demand that if he's going to sit quietly while the strength and influence of our great nation is turned over to our enemies, then he needs to get on the ball and replace the federal agencies which are being shuttered, and he's going to need to institute new taxes to pay for a Florida-only FDA, Florida-only USDA, Florida-only Nuclear Regulatory Commission, Florida-only CDC, Florida-only NIH, Florida-only Department of Education, Florida-only OSHA, Florida-only EPA, Florida-only NOAA, Florida-only National Weather Service, and others, since our water is no longer safe, our food is no longer safe, our nuclear energy sector is no longer safe, our health sector is no longer reliable, and our early warning systems for tropical weather are no longer reliable. Gaslighters who want to dismiss these concerns are simply fools stuck in an echo chamber. I relish the counter-argument that my point of view comes from a bubble as well. I actually listen to more right-leaning media than left. I only repeat information I get from primary sources, and you're never going to hear me referencing the talking points of industrial gatekeepers who seek to eliminate oversight and regulation of their industries. Ron DeSantis has proven to be an absentee leader in light of the coup that is taking place, and I'm not mincing words with one more fake Christian who simply does not care to know the details of what's going on. This affects us directly here in El Portal through the threat of need of additional state taxes, increased threat to life and property in storms, poor health outcomes, and the abandonment of education. Finally, for those who think we need to abolish education and not white supremacy, I can guarantee you this: your children are far more endangered at the hands of Christian school operators than they ever will be from transgender persons. Ladies, your children are actually far more likely to be raped by their father than anyone else. Heads go outside of assholes, people. Come at me. I'm up for this, and my country will not be taken by a bunch of dimwits with juvenile senses of the world.
Thank you, Councilperson Erbaum. Anybody else good in welfare?
My name is Werner Dreyer, 486 Northeast 87th Street. Just had a quick question here on the CITT. I actually read your manager's report, so thanks very much for getting us that $330,000 approximate for the last 3 years. So what happens now? If I recall correctly, I don't know if we had like a 5-year sort of limit. If we don't use that money, we lose it. So I'm kind of concerned now, what's the plan right now, right? Based on that criteria they have, right? As far as next plans with making sure we can use that money and then lose it, right? Since we have some repairs. So I'm just curious to see where you guys are at and yeah.
Yeah, either one of us can answer. We're going to use it for the purpose that it could be used. We're going to do road repair. We're going to do some road repair with it. before we lose it. So, yeah, the first area that Manager Lou and myself are going to hit is Sherwood Forest Park, because that street right there that's like deteriorating, that's going to be the first place we hit. So we're going to use it for road repair. There's also a couple other places, but that's going to be the first place that we hit.
Awesome.
For that street. So we're going to use it for what it's intended for.
Okay.
And just a reminder, 80% can be used for transportation,
Yeah,
and
the other
the
20
remaining
is-
20 is for transit.
Absolutely.
So our
Line items, right? Transit, that was one item. Transit, they call it transit, right, I think?
Right, and we'll use that for maybe bus shelters, but
Awesome.
we just got the funds in, and actually an item that was on the agenda tonight addressed the repairs for the roads.
For
So that's our-
resurfacing or potholes
Yeah,
repairs?
well, not only resurfacing, I mean, we're gonna, because you know that road by Sherwood Forest Park on the north side, it's deteriorated. So we have to like create, more road, if you go look at that
Okay.
road over there.
Awesome.
But everything else resurfaced.
And I think Councilperson Winters, before you came into office, you have some new technology, right, that might reduce the cost of the repair. So not sure how that turned out.
There is technology that can make the road repairs significantly
Cheaper.
less, but I'm not sure how to get it implemented here in the village.
Okay.
If you have a recommendation, let me know.
No, I heard from you. I thought I
No,
was
I
done
know
with
it-
your
I know we'll
idea
make it
of,
cheaper.
like, putting the little
Yeah.
whatever brochures or something
Mhm.
advertisement on the floor. So
They have
that-
some
I
cheap
love
ways
that
of fixing
idea.
it. Yeah,
Yeah.
it can easily be done.
Yeah.
What is the current budget for repairing that road on 86th Street you just mentioned?
We got a cost estimate from our engineers. We'd have to put it out to bid
Yeah.
to get an exact price. But I think the cost estimate was about $200,000.
Okay. That's just for repairs though, right?
Yeah.
Can we get some estimates for the same section but in cobblestone? Because I was actually looking at the same exact price range when I was doing my research for that. And that's something that can be pulled up when septic and sewer change and put back down exactly where it is. Also, it lasts for 100 years rather than 10 to 15 years like a regular asphalt road.
If that is the will of the council, I will ask the engineers to do a cost estimate. But we would have to do an RFP, so we can ask for both.
Okay, so do we need to do a motion in order to request to get an estimate for that, or can we just do it? Okay, thank you, Attorney Keller. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll continue communicating with you, Councilperson Winters and Mayor Omar. Thank you always, and Madam Manager for moving forward with the CITT.
Thank you very much.
And one more question. I did see on the agenda, I might have missed it, and thanks for the repairs on the tot lot. When does that start? And I bring it here because since what's that? I know I missed it, but just keep me informed since I'm your next door neighbor. So, you're right, just of any, yeah. Thank you, appreciate it.
It sounds like sometime very soon, April 7th and beyond, somewhere.
Yeah, we'll keep you updated,
Okay.
Councilperson.
Is there like a time frame, duration, more or less, high level, a month or?
It's going to be a couple months or a few
Yeah,
months.
2 months.
When you're talking about
For renovation.
construction, there's the time they give you, and then there's the time
actual.
that you kind of have to like play in, because remember they have to demolish the whole thing before they build it back up. So
So it's not just taking away the swings or whatever, the slides, it's just destroying everything? Oh, wow.
They have to, yeah, because it's a new floor and everything. We have a
New
new floor.
floor.
Yeah, oh,
Okay.
yeah. New floor and everything. Instead of that like kind of wood stuff that we have now that scratches people up, we're gonna get like that bouncy, like spongy thing, wood floor, and that's bouncy, spongy floor, and it's gonna be beautiful actually.
All right.
But we'll keep you updated.
Yeah, thanks very much.
No
Appreciate
problem.
it.
I have it right here also. Hold on one second. The 88th Street, 87th Street. Is there anybody else for good and welfare, or no? No, you guys are good. If you come see me
I'll
right
catch up
after,
with you, yeah.
or I
I'll-
can text it to you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank
'Cause I have them. Look, I have them all here. These are like street by street by street by street, all like, and it says like what it's about and all that type of stuff, or whatever, how much it costs.
One,
But I'll get it to you.
another point too, I was not in town last week for the PNC meeting. I did send an email to the council and to the manager maybe about 3 weeks ago in regards to the project right across the street, specifically on the, what is it, lot 13? Yeah, so I looked at the plan, right? I think I brought it up to Councilperson Winters, also Mayor Omar, right, about the concern about the existing tree and where they want to place the driveway, specifically on lot 13. And thank you very much, Councilperson Anders, for being considered on that specific lot, right? I saw that last PNC meeting, but I never got like a response. I saw the PNC meeting. I didn't think, I might have missed it, right? Somebody bring it up to, what is it, Polarino? I always mess up their name. Colorino, right? So, you know, that observation regarding the current code damaging the driveway, right? Damaging the existing tree. So before we move forward, I know that the sign's already been placed, right? It would be great, maybe we can run it with Scarlett is her name, I understand. See what her opinion is. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm seeing something, but I would appreciate it if, you know, that concern can be addressed with Caladrino.
So
Yeah.
I did walk the property with their architect and the plans going through your email.
Yeah.
And they showed me how the driveway's be 1 foot away from the tree, all the way to the power line. And so their tree's not gonna be damaged. I also made sure that the roots aren't gonna be damaged. That was a big thing. I told them I didn't want them to cut into the roots. They said they're gonna be laying on top of it where they wouldn't go down deep enough for the roots. There is a line that goes from the FPL that holds up the pole. That's gonna have to come down. They're gonna have to get FPL to find another way to stabilize the pole. If FPL can't find another way to stabilize the pole, then they won't be able to run that driveway there anyways.
Okay, so will they find out that with the FPL then?
Right now,
before getting all these
they're not
approvals?
breaking the code, which states they cannot remove a tree to build a driveway. If it comes to that portion, we're going to have to address it at that moment, and I promise you we will address it.
Okay, so somebody's going to be tracking this whole project when we get to that specific point of the project. That's where I'm trying to engage with you guys. I don't want to be like there and be telling you, hey guys, this is happening. I'm not going to be in that position either. So I'm hoping somebody's going to be taking some proactive, right? And that's what I want to understand, right?
It'll be the building department and the manager.
Yeah. It's just very disheartening for me. You know, that corner lot, we have about more than how many trees, Councilperson Winters? We walked that property with the arborist you brought. They're in healthy condition. You know, we moved here to the village because of the canopy, right? Otherwise,
did you see the schedule? Because they're moving the trees to other places on location, not killing any trees except for one that is unhealthy. It's about that big, and it's not getting any sun. It's about to die in the next few years. But all the other trees that they were originally going to remove, they decided they're going to move them to another spot on the property.
yeah, and I also heard there was a 40% success rate of those trees surviving, and that's and there was no questions either asked by the council. Okay, we build it. Okay, we have the existing tree. We move them. We build for how long in that property? Where does the tree stay? Do we transplant the tree somewhere? Do we leave it? Where do we do it? The trees. You know, I'm pro. Believe me, Councilperson Winters and the rest of the council. I'm pro for, you know, entrepreneurship. I commend that. But we also have our founding fathers more than 100 years, where I hear El Portal was known for the tree, the canopy. So.
We established in that meeting that he essentially has the right to remove the existing trees and replace them with new trees, but he is opting to put out the extra expense of hiring a certified tree location company, and so the 40% remains as a statistic. but they anticipate a much higher rate because the trees are not actually leaving the lot. They'll stay in the same soil, the soil chemical composition. Yeah, they're not actually relocating the trees to another lot. So they actually think they'll have a much higher, and they won't have to trim the canopy as much to move it. They'll still have to trim the canopy, but it won't be like trimming it to put it on the back of a flatbed. So, so that discussion was had, and it was established that the property owner actually does not have to make an attempt to preserve those trees. It would be cheaper for him to just remove the trees and replace them with new trees. He's opting to try and make an effort to do everything he can to preserve them. So that was the discussion that took place at the P&Z meeting, regardless of how any of us feel about it.
He also told us that he would go and give us better percentages because he just told me that out of the air. So I said, give me some formal documentation, because really, if it is that high, we're probably going to have to vote it down in the next meeting. So we're waiting for that information from him.
And it would be interesting, what would be the process, right? Currently, you have a tree there. My question is, they remove it now, they build, how long does it take to build the house?
I don't think that's how it works. I think they remove it, they replant it, and they build after that.
They build a house.
have to put a box around it with wood to protect the tree after they replant it as well.
All right, those trees, I've been living in the village for more than 15 years, and I've never have any concerns, or I've never seen unhealthy. I'm not an arborist either, but those trees are healthy. So I do understand we have that entrepreneur spirit, but again, this is El Portal. I moved to El Portal because of the wide-known canopy. If I want to move to elsewhere, there's other cities where there's no trees. Or if I'm looking for a design house, I would have been to Doral or to Miami Beach, right? I understand everybody has his privilege to build on that, but the cost effective is at 19,000 square footage. I think I brought up the numbers to the mayor as well, and from what I understood at the beginning, there was only going to be approval of just one home, from what I understood. Now, based on the meeting, you guys approved, not everybody, but approved 2 homes in addition to that. So, I'm glad it's going to increase our property value. But again,
the original plans presented was for 3 new structures.
3 structures, yeah.
Eliminating the existing structure, replacing it, but they're happy with the condition of the existing structure, which certainly makes us happy that they're going to preserve it and remodel it. So,
yeah. But again, it's like.
So we still have another meeting to make the final vote. I almost voted with Mr. Councilperson Erbaum here on Lot 13. I'm giving them a chance to see if they can actually provide the statistics that make us feel it and find a way that we know these trees are going to survive.
No, thank you for reaching out. Yeah, and Mayor, thanks for bringing it up to the gentleman who said, "Oh, it's so expensive to take care of the trees," right? And you called them out, right? And saying, "Well, you moved here because of the trees, right?" Now, don't be saying that it's expensive, right? So it's all good, the concerns you guys have, but at the very end, only councilperson Anders was the only who voted no against this. And it's not whether it's a right or no answer, but just consider, right? It's El Portal. We have our trees. We don't want to change the landscape, right? We don't want to be another city known for just maybe Wynwood where there's no trees, right? Mm-hmm. But just to say something. But again, thanks for, especially you, Councilperson Winters, and the mayor for listening in.
No, absolutely. And I think when they come back to full council with their item, that's where we make our final decision. So.
What's that?
When they come back to full council with that item, that's where we make our final decision.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, but you guys already voted for, and then the gentleman is going to be upset. Hey, guys, you bring me to P&Z, you give me 4 votes, and now you don't pass this, so it's like.
But there's still the question of the tree situation. I made it clear with him there. I made it clear with him after that day also, with the situation with the tree and the apprehension about us thinking that a mature tree will take up in a different location. So that's still something that's out there, and that's still something that I expressed to him. And that's still something that I told him that makes me be on the fence. So. so you never know. It's happened before where somebody's passed P and Z and failed the council.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I even not knew about the project unless Councilperson Winters came into my home, got me involved in it, and you're you know, it's,
Listen, just give me a reason.
Yeah.
That's what I need. Listen, I'm with you. Just, I need a valid legal reason.
he doesn't want to get involved. But again, it's, yeah. Yeah.
Thank you very
Thanks
much.
very much.
No, thank you very much, Councilperson Dre. I appreciate that. Anyone else good in welfare? Nobody else good in welfare? Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Second.
Moved by Councilperson
Urban.
second by Councilperson
Winters.
Winters. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The council meeting for, all opposed say nay. Hearing none. The regular council meeting for Tuesday, March 25th, 2025 is adjourned at 11:44 p.m.